Once again, you're welcome. Dr. Najat, I see you. Well done. Thank you for all you do. The Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General on ending violence against children globally, but our own African Moroccan Dr. Najat Njid. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Your Excellencies, we shall take a flick about her, but permit me to formally recognize and officially the Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations on Violence Against Women, Dr. Najat Maala Njid. You're welcome, ma'am. Children, I said children. Thank you, ma'am. Now, most respectfully, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, the intelligent, cerebral, and beautiful Dr. Mariam Kashinro. From Iceland, he tasted pepper soup yesterday and jollof rice, and he said, spicy. And I said, yes, Nigerians love spicy, so you need to learn the spice. Please join me welcome a former Minister of Children and Education of Iceland, Mr. Asmundur Daðason. Asmundur? Here in our midst, our mathematical DG. Yes, we call her mathematical because as a politician, she's done well. As a technocrat, she's done well. As a Nigerian woman, she has done well. That is the Director General of the Mariam Baba. We also have here in our midst, it's a children's event. Children from the Africa Children Summit. Could you stand, children, and make some noise? Children, make some noise. Very demure. African children learning. Thank you. We didn't even clap for our children. It's about ending violence against children. Led by Madam Speaker, Promise Effiong. Please, the children from the Nigeria parliamentary match. We still have here in our midst representatives and heads of delegations from participating countries. We have from Angola, the Director, National Institute of Children, Ministry of Social Action, Family, and the Promotion of Women, Dr. Paulo Kalesi. Dr. Paulo? Thank you, and welcome to Nigeria. We have from Cote d'Ivoire, the minister was around yesterday, I'm sure. Oh, she is here? Oh, somewhere there. We have the minister and the delegation from Cote d'Ivoire. Please, a round of applause for them. And we have from Namibia, Ms. Donata Shivoro, who is the control social worker under the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare. We have our making it down here. We did miss you yesterday, and we wondered, would he arrive? But he did. Social welfare. We have quite a team from Zimbabwe. Please, could all the delegation... Thank you. Thank you for being here. Nations grow because we do not work alone. And of course, from Zanzibar, we have from Zanzibar, Tanzania, Director, Gender and Children Ministry of... Please, a round of applause for her. And we have also... It's quite a delegation Zimbabwe came with. Thank you very much for being so interested in doing this. And of course, just walking out there is the Mandate Secretary for Women Affairs of the Federal Capital Territory, our host here in Abuja, Honorable Dayo Benjamin-Laniyi. Oh, she's in here. Thank you. Down to me right now has his own list because I am looking through the list and I'm looking through to ensure that, yes. She's coming. Thank you, ma'am. Godwin, I'm sure you have a list with you.
This is really an epoch-making event, and I'd like to recognize the presence of a distinguished individual who has been with us since yesterday. He is no less a person than Mr. Asmondo Einar Dadasin, who is an expert and former Minister of Children and Education of Iceland. Can we put our hands together for him? With us since yesterday, the Honorable Minister for Gender and Children, Sierra Leone. Thank you. We also, in the same vein, have with us here the Executive Secretary of the National Humanitarian. Let's not forget our civil society counterparts. We have from the SOS Children's Village here by Rhoda Ocheche Daniels, the Head of Advocacy and Communications. Rhoda, you're welcome. The Child Protection Network of Nigeria, which is basically a coalition of civil society groups and working with child protection practitioners in all the 36. Olakunle Sani, can you put our hands together for him, please? As we progress, we will continue to.
And from the ECOWAS Commission, we have Mrs. Ali Tilo Basaso. Thank you very much. Bonjour, madame. Bienvenue. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. And of course, we have you, our very four countries on the continent of Africa and globally. Please, could you tell yourself welcome, hug yourself, and say, I welcome myself. Why are you not welcoming yourself? If your neighbor won't welcome you, hug yourself. You deserve that hug. You've done well. Hug yourself. Why are we here? We are here to celebrate the progress we have made. We are here to share well our stories. We are here to beam the spotlight on our challenges, and we are here to find. In the course of our conversations together, we will crystallize and share concrete actions and plans by the pathfinding countries here present. We will identify, advocate, and amplify the types of support required. We will peer learn. We will see what we should implement and how to implement it within the context of our different nations. We will find a way and chart a course to scale up actions. We will have discussions on participation and engagement in the alliance governance structures, and we will widen and foster peer learning and multi-stakeholder engagement across Africa to end violence against children. That is why you are here. And if this event is a cast like the greatest artist of all times, to paint pictures, to put your hues, your special hues, very unique to you, just like your DNA, on how to have African children have a better deal. We will join hands together because Africa is the cradle of civilization, and Africa can bring her own solution and then liaise with the world to solve our problems the African way. Once again, a round of applause for yourselves, because in a moment, once we kickstart, like I said yesterday, we are a moving train and nothing will stop us. Could you say that to your neighbor? Please look your neighbor in the eye and say, neighbor, Every child deserves protection. Neighbors, technical, could we have a bit of music as we cross the I's, dots the T's, cross the T's, dots the I's. Thank you.
It is with great honor and privilege that I welcome you to this important regional meeting of Pathfinding African countries on the Global Alliance to Ending Violence Against Our Children. On behalf of the Federal Government of Nigeria, the Federal Ministerial Affairs, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all our distinguished participants from across the African Pathfinding countries. Colleagues, government officials, the civil society members, development partners, faith-based leaders, community representatives, advocates, representatives of children who have gathered here today, who share common purpose of advancing the protection and well-being of every child in Africa. We're deeply pleased to host this gathering, first regional Pathfinding countries meeting, which provides a crucial platform for us to reflect, share our experiences, identify solutions, and strengthen our collective resolve to end all forms of violence against children. It is with great honor and privilege that I welcome you to this important regional meeting of Pathfinding African countries on the Global Alliance to Ending Violence Against Our Children. On behalf of the Federal Government of Nigeria, the Federal Ministerial Affairs, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all our distinguished participants from across the African Pathfinding countries. I also like to welcome my colleagues, government officials, the civil society members, development partners, faith-based leaders, community representatives, advocates, representatives of children who have gathered here today, who share common purpose of advancing the protection and well-being of every child in Africa. We're deeply pleased to host this gathering, first regional Pathfinding countries meeting, which provides a crucial platform for us to reflect, share our experiences, identify solutions, and strengthen our collective resolve to end all forms of violence against children.
Despite many commitments and actions, violence against children remains widespread. Every year, more than half the world's children experience violence. No country is immune. No child is immune. Violence occurs in many settings, including the circle of trust. Multiple crises around the world are making the problem worse. Poverty, gender discrimination, conflict, climate change, and harmful social norms, among many others, are exacerbating children's vulnerability to violence. The impact of violence on children is devastating and long-lasting. Besides the impact on human capital development, violence against children also carries a significant economic burden. For example, in one national estimates of the cost of violence are as high as 11% of gross domestic product. The annual cost of violence against children can be up to 6 times the government expenditure on health. In addition, governments face significant costs due to public services addressing violence against children. Children may not reach their full educational potential, and this limits future income and productivity. Therefore, ending violence against children makes economic sense. Yet, the current spending levels on child protection and well-being remain low. Creating a national investment case is a powerful tool for protecting children and saving money. Investment cases show that funding child protection and well-being should not be perceived as an additional expense, but as a good investment that brings high returns. The good news is that more states are recognizing the economic impacts of violence against children and the value of investing in their protection and well-being. Creating a national investment case to eliminate violence against children can place this issue at the forefront of the political agenda. Safeguarding children is essential for achieving people-centered development and the Sustainable Development Goals. Now we have a toolkit that can help with this objective. It provides states and other stakeholders in evaluating the costs of inaction and implementing integrated responses. Let's use the toolkit to create a strong case for ending violence against children. Prioritize children and protect their future. End violence against children now.
It's glory again, and it's children o'clock. It's African children o'clock. It's ending violence against children o'clock. And before I move on to my next thoughts for today, permit me recognize the Assistant Commissioner for Social Welfare. I believe when she was born as a child, they looked into her eyes and they said, what does she bring? They said, let's give her a big name against children on the continent of Africa. Please, a round of applause for her again. Representative Christian, Nigerian, ma'am. Are you a Nigerian? Yeah, because the universal cash grants for children and the building of capacity of social workers are part of the innovation that Nigeria's Minister of Women Affairs has brought on board. She, women, that wherever you find yourselves, you can make a huge difference. She might not be here, but please, a round of applause for her. On how we could strengthen the role of CSOs to support implementation of ending violence against children at national and regional levels. And one thing that came to the fore was the need, just the way we have Workers' Day, just the day like we have inauguration days, just as we count down to democratic observances. Do we agree that children's holidays should be national holidays? Do we agree? Those in favor say aye. The children in favor say aye. And it makes me want to ask the children, adults, please, can we have a moment of silence? Children, who wants to come up here and tell me why we should have Children's Day as a public holiday? I know you're smart. I know you're intelligent. I know you're strong. The two of you come forward, come forward, come forward, come forward, come forward. Yes, that's how we do it. Make it smarter, make it smarter, make it smarter, make it smarter, make it smarter. No, you take, okay, take the other way. Take the other way. Clap till they make it here. Work like you have confidence. Come to me. I have confidence in you and you and you. So tell us your name, tell us the school you attend, and tell us the co-debaters, viewers at home, you're welcome.
All protocol duly observed. I am by name Honorable Tena Emmanuel, the representative of Children's Parliament. The reason why Children's Day should be a national holiday is because the children are very special to a country, a nation, and the universe. Note to be noted, harm the nation right. Thank you.
And you, Missy?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miss Adeze Obinede, and I want children to enjoy their parents, and because the children need rest as they are working, they should also have time for themselves to enjoy. And we also all need to enjoy our parents. Like you all once were children, and some are still. We want children to grow up to be independent individuals like you. Thank you.
Answered their case. I mean, I remember growing up, May 27th was a day I looked forward to from December. You know why? It was the day I'll be given pocket money solely for ice cream for March past. It was the day my uniforms would be a national holiday. With these few points of ours, we hope we've been able to convince you and not to confuse you that children's holiday should be
Special
and national holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you. After all, we are the world. We are the ones. So let's saving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day, just you and me. Thank you.
We are down and out. There seems no hope at all, but we just believe there's nowhere we can fall. Oh, sitting you right. Oh, you're not following?
And it's true, we make a brighter day. We are the children, I'm an adult. We are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making.
We're serving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day, just you and me. The message for today: children, all forms of violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Increasingly physical to virtual learning. And the increased access to the internet comes with increased risks. And we then have a responsibility to ensure that children have access to virtual learning, but are also protected from the harms that go with virtual exposure. And therefore, it's important that all stakeholders, I mean the tech industries that provide this access, whether it's Google, whether it's Meta, and all enablers, have a responsibility to take down. Can we rise as we welcome of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The national anthem of we shall recite the third stanza as our opening. Help us to build a nation where no one is oppressed, and so in peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. And we all shall say, Amen. Please shall we take our seats. The President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs in Nigeria, Hajia Imam Suleiman, the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, Dr. Najat Mjid, all ministers here represented, ministers from the continent of Africa, heads of delegation from the 14 alliance countries, Nigerian children, our permanent secretary the representative of UNICEF, civil society organizations, members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, Nigerian children. Once again, permit me on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Pathfinding Global Alliance on Ending Violence Against Children to welcome you to the second day of the first regional meeting of the Africa Pathfinder Countries of Global Alliance on Ending Violence Against Children. Since we started yesterday, we have made huge progress. Thank you to the Land of Peace, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Namibia, Tanzania, Zambia, Kenya for sharing their experiences on day one. Through you, we did understand that our collective efforts to end violence against children have shed light on the progress made and the challenges faced in our journey towards a safer and more just world for every child. Despite the challenges being collectively interwoven as shared, but somewhat similar, your courage and commitment in tackling them head-on are truly commendable. The varied hues of solutions posited gives refreshing colors of hope in our collective quest to end violence against children in Africa. Today is day 2. We will build on the momentum generated yesterday as we continue to share knowledge, experiences, and best practices to drive progress and achieve our shared goals. Because together, we can create a brighter future for Africa's children where they can grow, thrive, and reach their full potentials. My name is Glory Ohago. I talk for Voice of Nigeria, Nigeria's external broadcast arm, broadcasting in 8 languages to nations of the world. And together with Godwin Odu from UNICEF, we will be the voice servants on this call and the charge to end all forms of violence against children on the continent of Africa. Just in case you're meeting your neighbor for the first time today, could you just turn and say good morning and welcome? Good morning and welcome. And just in case your neighbor did not smile, you're permitted to change neighborhood, but please don't go. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Since democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, I have been told that there are some names I would need to recognize in the course of the event. Once I get them from the protocol, I will do that. So the children's event is a children's event for the children, with the children, by adults, in the interest of Nigerian and African children. Join me welcome the children of Nigeria as they step forward for their very first performance to drive home the message, because the children are saying, we are the world, and the world cannot do without children, because the children of today will become the adults of tomorrow. Join me welcome for a joint performance to set the tone, the children of Eagles Music Academy, the children of the Nigeria Children's Parliament, and the children of the Africa Children Summit. Please, a round of applause for them. And to become unpatriotic to the nation. When they are kept in schools, they become the shining lights and beacons of development for our different nations. And when health care is provided for them, the world becomes a better place. Remember, Damaged children today will damage our nations tomorrow. So let's end all forms of violence against children today. Technical, as we welcome the Nigerian children. I present to you children of Africa, cutting across creeds, religions, differences, political ideologies, but united to end all forms of violence against children. A round of applause for them.
Together as one. There are people dying. It's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. There's someone, somewhere who will make a change. We are all a part of God's great big family.
done. Your Excellency, please take your seats. Take your seats. Wow. Please, a round of applause for them. I could almost see the special representative and my honorable minister as children once again, because with the waving and the singing, it was quite a unique moment. And the children will never forget that. Thank you, Nigerian children. Please do not leave, because when we end the event, you shall return on stage when we shall be taking the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, you've heard the call of the children that together they cannot do it alone. They cannot contest for elections and win elections. They cannot go to diplomatic circles to ask for budgeting for children. But together, with you, with your wisdom, with your ability, with your wealth of experiences, you will make the world a better place for children, adults, men, women, physically challenged, and the wholly made. Please, a round of applause for them again. As we move on for Women Affairs, the air changed. There was renewed hope. Everyone asked, what will she bring with this? But just like her name, she brought faith in humanity. She brought belief. Wherever she has gone, she has left indelible marks of innovation, progress, achievement, and loads of goodwill. Please, with a resonating round of applause, join me welcome a former National Commissioner, National Commission for Refugees and Internally Displaced Persons. Join me welcome Nigeria's former Minister of Police Affairs, the first of a woman extraction. Join me welcome a progressive. Join me welcome a hero, a shero, an Amazon, an impact igniter. Join me welcome a woman of different hues and colors, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Hajia Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI.
Thank you so much, Glory. For a moment, I didn't know it was me. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I start by recognizing the presence of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who is ably represented by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. May I also recognize the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, who is ably represented by the wife of the Deputy Senate President, Dr. Leila Jibrin Barrow. May I recognize my colleagues, our partners in progress in strengthening development and protection of children in Nigeria, the Minister of State for Education, Dr. Suwaiba, the Minister of State for Humanitarian, Dr. Sununu. May I also recognize our visiting ministers from Africa and from the EU. May I particularly recognize the Minister of Gender for Sierra Leone, my sister Aissata. May I recognize the Minister of Women, Children and Family for Côte d'Ivoire. May I also recognize the Minister for Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare for Zimbabwe, Edgar Moyo, His Excellency. May I also recognize the presence of Prince Lateef Fabemi, Minister of Justice, who had to leave to attend to an emergency. May I recognize Dr. Najat Mala Mijit, the Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations on Ending Violence Against Children, who is our Secretariat for this course. May I recognize our Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Women Affairs, Dr. Mariam Ismaila Kenshiro. May I recognize all the heads of federal government agencies here present. I will use the DG NAPTIP. as the point of reference. I'd like to also recognize all the representatives of the UN. I saw the representative of the UNICEF. I'll use you as the point of reference, our partner in progress in all affairs dealing with children in Nigeria. May I recognize all the directors from the ministry who have worked hard to make this happen. It's not easy to host 14 African countries. May I recognize all our representatives from the AU and ECOWAS that are here present. May I recognize our royal fathers here present, CSOs, NGOs. May I recognize the Nigerian children and gentlemen and ladies of the media. I am honored to address you today at this pivotal regional gathering of global Pathfinding Alliance countries committed to ending violence against children in Africa. I bring you greetings on behalf of the government of Nigeria and salute every nation represented here for the courage and the resolve shown in addressing violence against our children around the globe. Distinguished guests, Africa is rising in innovation and in entrepreneurship, but our progress will remain incomplete if we do not protect the most vulnerable amongst us. Every act of violence against a child, whether physical, emotional, or sexual, or structural, is a violation of their dignity, a betrayal of their shared humanity, and a threat to our collective prosperity and our national security. We are gathered here today because we are united by a shared commitment under the Global Alliance to end violence against all children. As a pathfinding countries, we have pledged to make this vision a reality. However, despite the level of progress achieved, violence remains pervasive and deeply entrenched in many of our communities. Physical, sexual, emotional abuse, neglect, harmful traditional practices, trafficking, and online exploitation. These realities continues to rob African children of their potential. Let me talk about the African context. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, through the global partnership to end violence against children, all of us seated here today on behalf of our countries, we have declared ourselves as pathfinding nations. We must take this as a public commitment to prioritize children's rights, invest in evidence-based interventions, and build robust systems for prevention, protection, rehabilitation, and justice. Our children are growing up in a time of complexity, marked by displacement due to conflict and natural disasters, increasing poverty due to economic shocks, and more recently, the residuals of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. In many rural and conflict-affected areas, basic protective services are either absent or grossly inadequate or underfunded. As Nigeria's Minister of Women Affairs, Children and Family, and the vulnerable, I have seen firsthand how the intersectionality of gender and age makes boys and girls vulnerable, particularly to child marriage, sexual violence, and child labor. Women and mothers are often the first line of defense for our children, but they cannot protect children if they themselves are unsafe and unsupported. Violence against women and violence against children are interlinked. Where one exists, the other often follows. I'm therefore of the school of thought that we must prioritize gender-responsive and child-sensitive systems that do not merely protect, but empower. I would like to speak around the Nigerian concept. Distinguished guest, Your Excellency, at the Ministry of Women Affairs, we're very intentional about the commitment, and that is why we have developed a strategic roadmap from the Ministry of Women Affairs, which outlines a forward-looking blueprint designed to advance gender equality, women and women's economic empowerment, enhance child protection and child participation, and child development, and also to promote inclusive development across Nigeria. It is aligned with the Nigerians' Agenda 2050 and the Nigerians' National Development Plan of 2021-2025. Additionally, the plan aligns with the Nigerians' commitment to global frameworks, including the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the AU Maputo Protocol, the AU Charter on Welfare and Rights of Child, and the UN SCR 1325 on Women, Peace and Security, and the AU Song Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, and other international agreements and commitments. We have also integrated child protection in our humanitarian development frameworks, especially in conflict-affected regions, where children are at heightened risk of exploitation, recruitment into armed groups, and gender-based violence. We are prioritizing trauma-informed care, psychosocial support, and access to education for these vulnerable children. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, let me emphasize that ending violence is not just a moral imperative, it's an economic and security priority, and we must therefore commit to the following. Firstly, we must strengthen our legal and policy frameworks. We must ensure that the national laws are aligned with international conventions, such as the UN Convention on the Rights of Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Child. Our laws must enforce without exception, especially in cases involving powerful perpetrators and harmful cultural practices. Secondly, child protection systems must be adequately resourced, community-based and accessible in the most remote areas of Nigeria. Thirdly, we must invest in prevention. Prevention is not only more humane, it is more cost-effective. Parenting programs, school-based safety campaigns, community sensitization, and empowering our children as agents of change must be scaled up. Prevention must also include addressing the root causes of violence, poverty, gender, inequality, harmful norms, and weak governance structures. Over the past 8 months, the Ministry of Women Affairs has undertaken significant reforms marked by Mr. President's approval of budgetary enhancements exceeding over 3,000%. This has enabled the expansion of social sectors to welcome private sector engagement, fostering strategic partnerships that pool technical and material resources to address critical gaps in health, education, empowerment, and protection. Furthermore, the ministry has successfully created a clear entry point and mobilized governmental partners to collectively address issues concerning women and children, signaling a unified and strengthened approach to these vital areas. Reinforcing this commitment, Your Excellency, is the reestablishment of the Child Protection Knowledge and Data Center within the Ministry of Women Affairs building. A strategic move to ensure access to necessary data for effective prevention, comprehensive tracking, and timely response to any challenge affecting children. This action underscores Nigerians' commitment and pledged through the Ministry of Women Affairs at the first Ministerial convening on ending violence against children in Bogota in October of 2024, directly fulfilling a key promise made on the international stage. Further solidifying the renewed hope agenda for children, several key commitments have been translated into concrete action. This includes a dedication to extensive legal reforms aimed at strengthening child protection laws, a pledge to strengthen parents and families through comprehensive family cohesion programs in Nigeria, a commitment to ensuring the deployment of a robust safety net designed to protect vulnerable children, and a crucial collective resolve to address harmful and traditional practices. And today, I'm so excited to announce the launch by His Excellency of our costed action plan on ending violence against children. As I conclude, I must remind us that no country can end violence. Thank you. I know in this country we're not used to, convening for children, but we must get used to it because we want to surmount our challenges around insecurity. As I conclude, I must remind us that no country can end violence against children in isolation. This is why this regional meeting is so vital. We must share data, our best practices, and challenges openly. Let us build a continent-wide movement that puts children at the heart of our development agendas. Finally, I urge us to explore regional policy harmonization, cross-border child protection mechanisms, and joint funding strategies. Let us speak with one voice at the African Union. Let us embed child protection targets in our national development plans. I thank you. May God bless you all. May God bless the African child, all children, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
I think she deserves a standing ovation. Even my president knows that she is doing well. Thank you, Mr. President, for validating what I have just said. Please take your seats, Your Excellencies. Please forgive me. I will take a little moment to just recognize here the presence of the wife of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, here represented by the wife of the Deputy Speaker, Mrs. Leila Barrow. You're welcome. Please, could you stand up and just wave? The Nigerian children need to know their mother is here. Thank you very much. Permit me to also recognize here in our midst the Speaker. Could you wave wherever you are? Madam Speaker. Thank you. Permit me to also recognize here in our midst, you know, when wars occur, children are vulnerable and they become child soldiers. They're exploited and they're transferred for vices which adults decide and they have no decision. Join me, welcome, I recognize here in our midst with a round of applause, a former Minister of State of Education here in Nigeria and now Minister of State Humanitarian Affairs, Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu. Please, a round of applause for him. I'm used to seeing him wear flowing garments, so when he wore jacket today, I passed him and I didn't know. Please, another round of applause for him. We also have here in children stay in school, the nations become the better for it. It's now time to take a few ministerial goodwill messages, but not before once again recognizing the presence of the Director General. We also have here in our midst, she's already waving her hand, the Mandate Secretary of the FCT in charge of Women Affairs and children fall under that purview, Dr. Dayo Benjamin Lani. You're welcome, ma'am. As the names come, I would recognize them. But let's now take a few ministerial goodwill messages. Education plays an important role in the lives of African children. With the alarming statistics of out-of-school children in different countries of the world, Africa is not excluded. And in Nigeria, we are determined that we will keep our children in school. It is part of the child protection policy of the Renewed Hope Agenda. Join me, welcome, for a goodwill message, Nigeria's Minister of State for Education, Dr. Suweiba Ahmed. You're not clapping as if she holds the puzzle.
It seems the MC have actually demoted me. I am a professor. You know, we're always proud. So,
permit me to correct that immediately. When a woman becomes a professor, my master's degree deems. Permit me welcome Professor Suweiba Ahmed. Please, a round of applause, please.
permit me, forgive me. Thank you for that. A'udzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCFR. I am honored to commend His Excellency, the Vice President, for his exceptional intelligence. Anybody that knows the Vice President knows he's exceptionally intelligent. And of course, he has an unwavering dedication and of course also eloquent in terms of his leadership. Anytime I heard him speak, I'm always proud. And he's also a very strong advocate for converting the demographic statistics of Nigeria not into crisis, but into a demographic dividend. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Our host today, my sister, the beautiful, amiable Minister for Women Affairs. The MC called her Amazon. I wanted to use that word. I was not happy that she used it because really she's an Amazon. Not only an Amazon, but I would say that she's also a game changer. For her, it's about impact. For her, it's about really how do we ensure that all the plans we have is really implemented. Thank you for being there for the Nigerian child, for being there for the Nigerian woman. and generally for being there for the Nigerian population. She always say it, when the mother is there, everybody should relax. You don't need to cry because we have mothers that will support you in whatever it is you want to do. Iman, thank you for being Iman Suleiman. Of course, I would also like to recognize the Honorable Minister for State for Humanitarian, Dr. Yusuf Sununu. He used to be in education. I took over directly from him. And of course, he has always been supportive in showing me the way, showing me the rope in terms of what the Ministry of Education is all about. And also the silent practices and secrets, I always get it from him. Thank you also. I would also like to recognize other ministers from Africa and European Union. And at the same time, I would also like to recognize the DG NAPTEP, the gentle PAMSEC for the Ministers of Women Affairs, Dr. Mariam, and also other distinguished invited guests. Please allow me to stand on already established protocol. But notwithstanding, I would like to recognize the children for whom we are here today. Children, thank you for that wonderful performance, and thank you for being who you are. Of course, we are here for you, the Ministry of Education. We have about 10 ministries that have direct relationship with the children of Nigeria. And of course, we know in other countries also there are ministries that are working for the children of Nigeria. We assure you that we do our very best to ensure that we create an enabling environment for each one of you to reach their full potential. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Education, I extend my heartfelt greetings and commendation to all the participants gathered here today at the first regional meeting of Africa Pathfinder countries of the Global Alliance on Ending Violence Against Children. This marks a significant step forward in our collective commitment to safeguarding the rights, dignity, and future of every child across the African continent. It is a testament to our shared resolve that violence against children is not only unacceptable, it is also preventable. Africa's Pathfinder countries have demonstrated exemplary leadership in translating global aspiration into local actions. Your commitment to building protective systems, strengthening laws and institutions, and raising awareness is an inspiration to others within and beyond region. As a Ministry of Education in Nigeria, we have a lot of laws and policies to ensure that every child is safe, especially while in school. So for us, we have the national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools. We also have a safe school declaration, but notwithstanding, upon seeing the rising crisis of violence in school, the ministry recently launched the national policy on anti-bullying in Nigerian school with its implementation guideline. This was done on Monday, 5th of May, 2025. The policy, thank you, because it's really an achievement for the ministry. The policy comes at a critical time when the mental health, safety, and dignity of our learners must be safeguarded across all learning environments. Bullying undermines not only the well-being of students, but also their ability to learn and thrive. The National Policy on Anti-Bullying set a clear framework for preventing and responding to all forms of bullying in schools, be it physical, verbal, psychological, or even cyberbullying. It defines the responsibility of school administrators, teachers, students, parents, and community stakeholders. And most importantly, it promotes culture of respect, empathy, and accountability. With the launch of the policy and inauguration of the implementation committee, we are not just adopting a document. We are committing to a nationwide movement for safer, more inclusive, and nurturing school environment. Let this meeting serve as a platform for deepening collaboration, sharing innovative practices, and reaffirming our pledge to make every home, every school, and community a safe place for children to thrive. Together, let us keep children at the heart of our efforts and ensure that no child is left behind in the journey to a world free from violence. I wish us a fruitful and impactful deliberation. God bless Nigeria and God bless the children of the world. Thank you very much.
She deserves a better round of applause. If you forget everything she has said, please do not forget that she has said this effort will transform global aspirations into local action. Words on the marble by the very Professor Ahmed. Please, a round of applause to her. Before we move on to the next round of speech, please permit me welcome here in our midst the Executive Secretary, National Commission for Persons with Disability, Honorable Ayuba Guafan. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. We also have here in our midst the Director General, National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons in Nigeria, NAPTIP, Binta Adamo Bello, OON. Haja, the children need to know you so that they know who they report who is stealing them to. Please, could you just turn around and wave at the children? Thank you. Thank you very much. We also have here in our midst Permanent Secretary, Women Affairs Secretariat of the Federal Capital Territory, Asmau Mukhtar, Esquire. You're welcome, ma'am. The next voice you're going to hear is a man who understands what wars and insecurities mean for children. They become collaterals in the wordplay and game of adults. They become emissaries and they become vulnerable, displaced. Their livelihoods change and their worldview changes. Please join me welcome Nigeria's Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs, who is a former Minister of State of Education here in Nigeria, Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu, for his goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by our leader, mentor, distinguished Senator Kashim Ibrahim, GCON, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the wife of the President, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Dr. Leila Jibrin Barau, the Minister of Women Affairs, my sister, Hajia Imam Ibrahim, Minister of State for Education, Dr. Sueba, other ministers here present. Please, because of time, let me adopt the already established protocol. Today is a day that we'll all rejoice with because we do believe that children represent a special group in each and every country and globally. They are the hope of a nation, and they are also the future leaders of our countries, and therefore they need to be protected. Protection of children is very significant because there are various violences experienced by children, ranging from physical abuse, sexual abuse, and harmful practices that we all need to rise against so that our children can reach their potential. Children are among the most vulnerable groups whenever there is displacement arising from conflict, war, or natural disasters. Children and women must also be protected. It is in this regard that our ministry, as a ministry saddled with core social responsibility, most especially in addressing and working towards achievement of the 8-point agenda of Mr. President, for the first of it, eradication and reduction of poverty. We prioritize women and children in our activities. I'm glad to say that of the over 5.6 million Nigerians that have so far received their renewed hope conditional cash transfer, 65% of them are women. And not only that they have received that, we have also succeeded in including them financially, because all of them have their digital identity backed by their bank account, NIN, so as to ensure that they are all inclusive in our activities. We must also know that President prioritized child's rights. And I'm glad to say that at the signing of Student Loan Fund, Mr. President graciously said that the only tools you can do to eradicate poverty in the world is giving children's education. And therefore, as for us, we prioritize that Mr. President's statement, and we are working closely with Ministry of Women Affairs and also Ministry of Education and other key stakeholders to ensure that we return the National Homegrown School Feeding Program so that we can reach out to many children to improve their nutrition, school enrollment, and also completion rate. And this, we believe, will significantly improve the prosperity and rights of Nigerian children. It is on this note that I want to welcome all our visiting ministers and also to wish the participants of this the coordinators of this program our support, and ensure that to also let you know that the ministry is ever ready to support in all the legislative activities that will ensure the protection of the right of the children. Thank you very much for the rare opportunity.
A round of applause for Nigeria's Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs. Thank you for prioritizing children, women, and men. Thank you for prioritizing humanity, womanity, and the collective, because Nigeria becomes the better for it. Please, another round of applause for him, please. Permit me to once again make a correction. There was a little fluff there, which was quite unknowingly made. Please, she is the wife of the Deputy Senate President. Once again, a round of applause for Mrs. Leila Barrow. Thank you very much. It's now time to transit to my co-anchor from the Children's Bed of Safety and Nest for Global Collective Ideas, UNICEF. Join me welcome Godwin Odu.
Thank you very much. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, here represented by His Excellency, the Vice President, Shetima. You're welcome, sir. I don't intend to waste your time. I'd like us to proceed with the program for the day. The African Regional Conference Pathfinder meeting did not just start. There was last year in September a preparatory meeting held in Geneva. It was followed by the first Ministerial Conference on Violence Against Children held in Bogota. And there was one central figure who was behind it all, and that is no less a person than the Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General, Dr. Najat Mala Mujid. May I invite her to come and give us her remarks.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency, the President represented by the Vice President, Her Excellency, the First Lady represented. I just want to start, I am really happy because the both of you are strong child rights activists. And in the same time, I want to seize this opportunity really to thank very warmly the government of Nigeria for hosting this regional pathfinding, the African regional pathfinding countries, and also my dear sister Iman. So I am not going to have a long speech. Why we are here today, and why in Africa, and why we have 15 countries who are, pathfinding to end violence. It's not only about commitment. It's not only about, having policies. It's not only about reforming. It's about delivering. And this was the main goal who bring us together. Because during these 2 days, during all my visits, during all my meetings in various countries of region, I am seeing wonderful, promising practices. I am meeting wonderful people who are duly committed in civil society, in the community, in government. The problem is why we are not able to put it at scale, why we are still repeating the same. So I think the big question here, and it was highlighted by my dear sister, Iman, the problem is that child protection and well-being is involving all sectors. And it requires a chain of services. If one piece is missing, it's not working. Child protection and well-being is not a parallel thing. It is key for people-centered development because it is costing economically. And yesterday we launched the toolkit showing that, in Nigeria, for example, the study you did showed that the cost of violence against children, direct and indirect costs, is, 6 times higher than the annual expenses related to health. But in the same time, it is impacting the human capital development because children who are, facing violence are experiencing many, many long-lasting impact. And it is impacting their learning, it is impacting their productivity, it is impacting also the trust in institutions. I think it's really important to see that we cannot build an Africa and a strong, sustainable, and equitable, and just, and safe environment without seeing, investing in child protection and well-being as key, as crucial for achieving Agenda 2030, Agenda 2040, Agenda 2063. So what for me it's important, and I will bring with me, is these key takeaways, and as you highlighted, we can make it, and Africa can make it. You know what to do. You are experts. You are wonderful people who are working, but just if we can review it and translate it and make each sector working together, and each sector accountable on what they are doing, and to see it as an investment and not as additional expenses. I think it's really important. Another point is also investing in social service workforce. I think it's really, really important to make sure that we can early detect at community level, we can early react. And last but not the least, the community engagement to see how we can bring traditional leaders, communities. We cannot continue justifying harmful practices because of social norms. I am from this continent, and we have wonderful protective social norms that we can promote. And my last word will be for children who are here. And my God, you are amazing. And we have to see you as part of solution because you know better than us what works and what doesn't work. I just want to finish telling that Africa, my God, it's the youngest continent in the world, and children have to be seen as an asset to invest on and not as a problem to resolve. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Najat Mala Mojid, the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Violence Against Children. How did the Pathfinder Africa Regional Conference come to Nigeria? It was in Bogota. Incidentally, the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs had just been appointed barely a week when the Bogota trip took place. And she consulted with a special representative, and the decision was taken that Nigeria will host the first African Regional Pathfinder Conference. And that is why we are here today. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who is here ably represented by distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. The capability of the Vice President is not in doubt. If you know what he did as a governor in Borno State, you'll be rest assured that the children of Nigeria are happy that he is here with them today. Can we put our hands together for him, please? At this point in time, we've been making reference to the ministers from our fellow African countries who are here with us, who had already been to Bogota to make pledges with respect to the actions their respective countries are taking to end violence against children. From Bogota to Nigeria, we are now in Africa. I'd like to use this opportunity to invite the ministers of the respective countries to, in 2 minutes, make a recommitment of their country's unwavering support to ending violence against children in the continent. And in that vice, may I invite the Honorable Minister for Women, Family, and Children for Côte d'Ivoire, Your Excellency Naseneba Toure, to please come and in 2 minutes make that recommitment. Can we put our hands together for her, please?
Excellences, Monsieur le Vice-président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, représentant Monsieur le Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Messieurs les ministres d'État, Mesdames les ministres, Madame la ministre de la Femme, de la Famille et de l'Enfant du Nigeria, ma chère sœur Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, Madame Najad, sous-secrétaire en charge de la lutte contre la violence faite aux enfants. C'est un honneur pour moi d'avoir été associé à cet événement ô combien important pour notre continent et que dis-je pour notre région. La cause des enfants devrait être au cœur de tous les gouvernements de la sous-région parce que ce sont des petits êtres qui représentent le futur de notre continent. Aujourd'hui, selon les statistiques, nous sommes le continent le plus jeune et nous sommes le continent le plus riche.
We know that the future in the coming days today, and for me it is a great opportunity to have this discussion with . created a program called destined to help children that are vulnerable and exposed to violence. Today we have 96% of school in the territory. We have less of them on the streets. Because we believe that these are problems that need to be addressed. If we tackle these problems together, I believe that we will arrive at a durable solution for our children in order to create a more conducive space for these children, a safe space for them, and to ensure this is what I would like to conclude, thanking the minister from the United Nations for having included me in this meeting of the first ministerial meeting on the fight against the violence created for children. And in all of this, we of course we cannot talk about children. Who speaks of children without women? And I would like to also tell you that all women and children are also included, because without a mother we cannot have child. When a woman is protected, she is educated, and she has access to good health. She is of course better equipped to face the daily challenges. And also she's able to watch more of. In order to get to this point, we will gravely need the help of men. So, Madam, I would like to once again say that we need to work together and positive masculinity to be able to attain this objective of the West African sub-region, where women are believed to be independent, where children can be without violence. With this word, I would like to summarize my speech, and also by greeting the organizers and also standing on the protocol. And I would like to thank as well the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much for your attention.
Merci, Madam. I'd like to use this opportunity to welcome to the podium the Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe, in the person of His Excellency Edgar Moyo, to address us. 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Deputy President. I'll not go further than that because I've just been given 2 minutes, but I hope my 2 minutes begins to count when I begin to make my statement. Chair and President, allow me to appreciate the timely submission of the first Global Ministerial Conference outcome statement and inform this august House that my government has taken its commitments at the conference with the urgency they deserve, beginning with endorsing the Bogota call to action in February this year. Zimbabwe joined the Global Partnership on Ending Violence Against Children in 2019, thereby becoming a Pathfinder country. Regionally, we are a member of the African Partnership on Ending Violence Against Children and had the honor to participate in the satellite event co-hosted in Colombia last year. The government of Zimbabwe's child protection agenda has since then been largely influenced by the commitments made in Bogota in November 2024 and I'll just cite the overarching headings and not go into detail. A, safe and enabling school environments. B, enforcement of laws and policies. C, parent and caregiver support. D, response and support services. And E, child protection financing. Like I said, I'll not go into details on those issues. And develop multi-sectoral policies and programs to end violence against children. Most recently, a costed National Action Plan for Children was finalized and is awaiting cabinet approval. This action plan will notably include evidence-informed strategies to address child labor, online violence pillars, and commercial sexual exploitation of children, amongst others. Esteemed delegates, Zimbabwe is implementing the multi-sectoral drug and substance abuse plan 2024 to 2030, launched by His Excellency Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. Under this policy framework, we are utilizing the whole of government and whole of society approach in combating this menace, targeting supply, demand, as well as ensuring the rehabilitation of drug victims. To date, psychosocial support centers have been instituted in all the 10 provinces, along with the launch of a national toll-free number to report drug and child protection-related concerns. It is with this pledge that various government line ministries are working in collaboration with development partners in preventing and responding to adolescent pregnancies. This has seen the establishment of an adolescent pregnancies technical working group led by the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, which is currently developing a comprehensive multi-sectoral prevention and response strategy. In conclusion, I can see my chair is looking at me. Chair and distinguished delegates, let me conclude by saying, despite the challenges brought forth by public health emergencies and natural disasters such as COVID-19, cyclones and droughts respectively, the government of Zimbabwe continues to stand firm in its resolve to address harmful practices and other ills through comprehensive, collaborative, and sustainable strategies. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'd like to crave the indulgence of subsequent speakers to stand on the already established protocols so that we'll be able to manage our time well. Let me at this point invite the Honorable Minister of Women and Children from Sierra Leone, Isata Mahoy, to please address us for 2 minutes. Thank you, ma'am. A round of applause for her, please.
My sister of Women Affairs, the Minister of Women Affairs in Nigeria, His Excellency, the Honorable Vice President, I bring you greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, retired Dr. Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, and his wife, our First Lady. Issues of children in Sierra Leone are the heart of governance. So being a member of the Pathfinding mission, or the Alliance to End Violence Against Children, is something that Sierra Leone has been craving for. And I stand here today. Yesterday was our profile membership to this particular alliance, and I want to thank the SRSG for this. In Bogota in 2024, we made our commitment to end violence at all forms against children. And today, we are here since yesterday, yes, to recommit ourselves to say we're going to end violence in our communities, our countries. The issues of children are issues that are hardly talked about in podiums like this. But I feel privileged for being part of this discourse, for us to come and deliberate on issues affecting children. And I want to say, the Pathfinding Alliance that is going to end violence against children is something that we all should celebrate. in years to come, where will be gladly, our children or grandchildren will say, yes, my family member was part of this, my government played a very key role, and we want to end violence in every corner of the globe where our children will be free from molestation, from abuse, from trafficking, and all other forms of violence. I want to use this opportunity to say, as we gather here, let us not pay lip service. Let us be recommitted. Let us be intentional in putting our design, our plans of action, because it is only when we execute those plans that we'll be able to achieve our desired goals. I want to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I feel privileged for standing in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words. At this point, I'll invite the host minister, the Minister for Women Affairs, Nigeria, Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI, to come and recommit to ending violence against children in Nigeria. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the Vice President and representative of the First Lady. Since we began implementation of the Renewed Hope Agenda, we've had a strategic and intentional agenda for the Nigerian child, women, and for families. And this is not just a commitment. It's not lip service as usual, but it's been backed by resources that has been allocated. Domestically, in the past, issues of children have only been funded by the UNICEF in the ministry. But now we have begun to see budget lines. So I went to Bogota just 2 days, or a few days after my reassignment to this ministry, with so much hope. And I went and I made bold pledges on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria. I am so excited that there's no government ministry or agency that is not working for the Nigerian child today. On behalf of the government of Nigeria, I would like to recommit to all of those pledges that we made in Bogota to develop our children, to protect our children, to make them the center of our development agenda. I would like to share a statistics with you that was just released 2 days ago on the share of population of the world and the share of GDP. The total population of the world is 8.2 billion with the GDP of $11.15 trillion. In Africa, we represent 19% of that population, 1.5 billion. And we only have the share of 2% of the GDP. The Asian Pacific represents 42% of the population, 3.5 billion. But they are responsible for 22% of GDP. China, with 17% of population, are responsible for 17% of GDP. Latin America, with 8% of population of the world, responsible for 6% of GDP. Remember that Africa is at 2% with 19%. Europe has 9% of the population of the world and 24% of the world's GDP. US and Canada is only responsible for 5% of population with 28% of the GDP of the world. Countries that have high GDP have paid attention to their development agenda for their children. It's very important that as we take our place as the giants of the world and the future of the globe, we must pay attention to our child agenda. In the ministry, we have over 50 pieces of legal instruments and guidelines that will be launched towards child protection and development. I'm so excited that today, in collaboration with the UNICEF, we're going to be, Mr. President, His Excellency, will be launching the very first important piece of legal instrument that will help us to protect our children. We also have others that are ongoing. I thank you all for your commitment. I would like to thank Her Excellency, the First Lady, for her commitment to child protection, to child development. May I also thank His Excellency, Mr. President, for his political will and prioritization for all issues that have to do with children. I would like to specifically thank the Vice President for being a child activist, for his commitment towards this agenda, and for being here today. This is the first time we're having this level of high-level representation for issues of children. Apart from Children's Day, we do not see our leaders, attend to child issues. And I'm so excited that, the tide have changed. We're going to pay attention to our child development agenda. You can see that we're not just doing it on our own, but we've also mainstream our children so that they can also have a voice. So we count on you as our partners in progress. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. There's a bold message for the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General to take back, and that is that in Nigeria, the commitment is at the very highest level to end violence against children. I'd like at this point to invite the Ambassador of Angola to, in 2 minutes, give us the recommitment of Angola to ending violence against children. Is His Excellency here with us? In the absence of His Excellency, may I, at this point, invite the head of delegation of Burkina Faso to please come and give the country's recommitment. The head of delegation of Burkina Faso. Being a pathfinding country comes with responsibilities, and we know that those commitments will be met with concrete action.
Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-président de la République fédérale du Nigeria.
Excellencies, the Vice President, Representative, the President, the Lady Ministers in charge of Women Affairs, distinguished guests, I grant all protocols duly respected. Bring a warm greetings from Burkina Faso. Good morning. I would like, in the name of on behalf of my minister, to transfer her gratitude that has been sent in regards to this event. This is an event full of commitment, full of hope and expectance for our children, an event that gives us cravings to protect and the urge to protect our children and prevent violence against children. I would like to, on behalf of the President, reaffirm the commitment of Burkina Faso in order to combat against child violence. We have this will since in the 60s, when we obtained our independence, to protect our children that are in danger. And from this day, the Burkina Faso did not cease to develop, elaborate, and make projects and to be part of the international conventions and gatherings, to also sign, multilateral laws for protection of children. Nigeria, it's a country that has become, even though we are very young as a continent, is a country that deserves protection and to grow up and thrive in a secured environment. Burkina Faso is also aware of violence committed against children, and we are aware that all the countries know about the penury the children are going through. There's problems, and Yes, and also we also have people that use our children to fight against us, and these things get to us one way or the other. And children that are internally displaced, that are in need of parents, needs to be placed with families, learn skills, go to schools, and grow up in a very well and secured environment. So we reaffirm our commitment from Burkina Faso to fight against the violence. May God bless Africa, God bless children, and God bless all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam.
So because of the tight schedule and the tight schedule we're running, we will take our recommitments afterwards. This event is about the children, and so permit me at this point in time to once again welcome the children from the Eagles Music Academy here in Abuja for a performance. And then you would also get to hear the performance in French, in spoken words. Please, a round of applause for these Nigerian children.
In the shadows where laughter should bloom, echoes of silence heavy with gloom. Small hands tremble, eyes dim with fear, childhood stolen year by year. No voice should cry from so deep, and no voice heard in deep sleep. Raise the light, break chains unseen, and let every child grow safe and serene.
I know that it is love, and this place, it was brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry in this place. heart. I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we'll cry every tear. See the nation turn their swords into plowshares. Really get there if we care enough for the living. Make a little space. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better space for you and for the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me.
Indeed, we can make the world a better place for our children. Please, a round of applause for the children of the Eagles Music Academy, Abuja, Nigeria.
The skies that are blue, and 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 the skies that are blue, colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, "How do you do?" And they're really saying that I love you. I hear babies cry, watch them grow. They'll learn much more I ever know, and I say to myself, what a wonderful world. And I say to myself, what a wonderful world.
Very much. Please, a round of applause. It's amazing how she can know the lyrics of What a Wonderful World. Because when I was growing up, it used to be, take a message to Mary. But she knows about a wonderful world. Mr. President, sir, Nigerian children crave your indulgence that they still have just 2 short performances in English and French of spoken words. They plead with you as a father to please give them an opportunity. Please join me, welcome just before Fatima Zubairu, Das Jambalang, and Ria Jambalang to please step up and shortly in the next 3 minutes finish that presentation. Please, shall we do it? A round of applause for them, please. Fatima Zubairu in English, Das Jambalang and Ria Jambalang in French. Please, a round of applause for them.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here to share a poem in this occasion of ending violence against children. The title is Girl Power. Who is a girl? A girl is a fighter, resilient and strong. With courage like thunder, she stands up tall. A voice for the voiceless, she answers the call. She walks with purpose, head held high, a spark of courage reaching for the sky. With every challenge, she finds her way out. Who is a girl? A girl is that individual that shines uniquely in her own way. A girl is that individual that when she finally speaks, they say, wow, how? Who is that girl with words so soft and letters well pronounced? Well, I am that girl that has risen above all prejudice. I am that girl that has broken all chains of discrimination. I am that girl that has taken her rightful place on the global stage. I am that girl that is unstoppable until I have achieved the unimaginable. So excuse me to the boy who laughed when I spoke in class. So excuse me to the people who never believed I could soar up so high. So excuse me to the world that never gave me a chance to exist. But here I am and here I come. Unstoppable as always, with vision unblurred and dreams so real. Standing tall with might and pride because the power of a girl cannot be restrained. Because the power of a girl cannot be denied. Because the power of a girl starts with you and I. Given the chance again, I choose to be a girl over and over again. Thank you very much.
Qu'est-ce qu'une fille? Une fille est une guerrière, résiliente et forte, avec un courage comme le tonnerre. Elle se tient debout.
Who is a child? She's resilient, she's strong, she's courageous. She walks with dignity, and her shoulders all have an epitome of courage, beauty. At every challenge, she always finds a way out. Who is a girl child? A girl child is the one that shines and glows in a unique manner. The one that when she's hungry, she rises up and does what is right. Who is a girl? The best of it all. I am this girl who rose up amidst all of my problem. I am this girl who broke free from all forms of discrimination. I am this girl who took her rightful place in the global world. I am this girl that will not relax until I achieve my goal. Excuse me if I speak of myself in class. Excuse me for those who have never had hopes in me. Excuse me, those who have never given me the opportunity, but here I am and here I come. I will always be here with a clear vision and a real dream. I am a proud child. Because the pride and the power of a child, a girl child, cannot be limited, restricted. And when we're talking about a girl child, we're talking about you and me. When given a chance, I would like to remain a girl again and again.
Your Excellencies, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Kashim Shettima, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Honorable Iman Suleiman, the Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations on Dr. Vak Najat Mala, the Ministers of Cote d'Ivoire and Sierra Leone and Zambia, ambassadors here, heads of agencies, special guests, and all the children in the room. Thank you for being here and taking a stand for the children in Africa and around the world. On behalf of the children in Africa, we stand united to say, protect us today, and we will build the Africa of tomorrow, free from fear, free from violence, and full of hope. Thank you for making us the center of global discussion.
Please, can you now take a bow, the three of you? Fatima Zubeiru, Daz, and Ria Jambalang. Please, a round of applause for them. You can now go down there and take a bow before the President, here represented by the Vice President, the Special Representative, and the Ministers. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the high point of today's event, which is the launch of the Nigerian National Action Plan to end all forms of violence against children. Permit me invite the man who understands what violence can do to children, having been a governor in a northeast state which faced insecurity, Borno State, and the 15th Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima. Please, a round of applause for him.
I do appreciate all those who get my names right. But what we in Chinedu Odo, he completely forgot my name. Even those who model of my name, I still appreciate them. You know, when former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was the Vice President, they were constantly modeling of his name. Some were calling him Jonathan Goodluck, Goodluck Jonathan, Ebele Jonathan, and so much. The First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, ably represented by Mrs. Leila Jibrin Barrow, wife of the Deputy President of the Senate, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI, the Honorable Minister for Women, Family and Children of Cote d'Ivoire, Her Excellency Naseneba Touare, Honorable Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare of Zimbabwe, Honorable Eja Moyo, Honorable Minister of Gender and Children Affairs of Sierra Leone, Her Excellency Aissata Mahoy, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Soiba Said Ahmed. I have gotten your professorial chair right. She got her PhD at the age of 33 in science education from ABU Zaria. She was the first lady from Jigawa State to get a PhD. Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu, the Honorable Minister of State, Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Dr. Doris Aniete, Honorable Minister of State Finance. Other heads of government departments and agencies present here. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs, Dr. Mariam Ismaila Keshero. The United Nations Special Representative on Violence Against Children, Dr. Namaz Ma'alla Majid. Vice Chair of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Children, Honorable Abba Gaba. Country Representative of UNICEF, Mrs. Grishana Mondwati, and other representatives of international organizations present here. Chairman, Council of Chiefs, Kwali Local Government Area, His Royal Highness Luka Ayedu Nizasan III Eso Kwali. Representatives of Nigerian Children's Parliament, our brilliant young minds and future leaders of Africa. Representatives of civil society organizations and development partners present here, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It was the inimitable Lebanese-American poet and thinker Khalil Gibran who once reminded us that your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of lives longing for itself. That truth, poetic as it sounds, returns to haunt us every time we look away from the voices on a child's body, or the tremble in their voice, or the silence that greets their unmet needs. Each day, we are reminded not only of their dreams, but also of the conditions into which they are born, and whether these conditions protect or betray them. This gathering, the first regional meeting on Africa's Pathfinder countries, under the Global Alliance on Ending Violence Against Children, couldn't have come at a more appropriate time. It breathes life on violence against children, held in Bogota, Colombia. That moment in our shared history gave rise to a global campaign that has since united us in a singular purpose to secure the safety, dignity, and future of our children. But we must be honest with ourselves. We cannot protect the child by merely reciting the anthems of their struggles or romanticizing their vulnerability. The real hope lies in action, concrete, deliberate action. Our commitment must run deep, reaching into the very architecture of our education and health system. This is the soul of our human capital development strategy. To achieve this, our education system must be inclusive, safe, and anchored on child-sensitive policies. We must prioritize the training of teachers, not only as educators, but as protectors, equipped to identify and respond to signs of distress and trauma in their pupils. This can only flourish in tandem with healthcare systems that are rooted in strong, accessible primary health centers and bolstered by investments in maternal and child health programs. Our legal frameworks must reflect our conviction, from the Child Rights Act to the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act Nigeria has laid the statutory foundation for the protection of children, but legislation alone does not shield the vulnerable. It is the will behind those laws and the systems that impose them that makes the difference. That is why our national strategy also embraces prevention and early intervention. We are strengthening families and communities through programs that promote positive parenting, challenge harmful social norms, and provide targeted support to vulnerable households. Our dedicated duty bearers, beginning with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, are being equipped with the training and resources to champion the cause of child protection across all levels of government. And this strategy is not without structure. Our costed National Plan of Action on Ending Violence Against Children offers a clear roadmap, one that outlines concrete steps and measurable targets for prevention, protection, and accountability. Through this, we aim to ensure that every Nigerian child has the opportunity to grow, learn, and thrive in a safe and nurturing environment. This is not simply a policy objective, it is a moral obligation. As a proud pathfinding country, Nigeria's commitment has only deepened over time. Today, under the vision of the Renewed Hope Agenda, we are setting our sights higher. The invaluable commitments made during the 2021 National Policy Dialogue on Ending Violence Against Children continue to guide our efforts. Inspired by the momentum from Bogota and the leadership seen across our continent, we are expanding the frontiers of possibility. We intend to realize this vision through the Renewed Hope Agenda for Children, which includes reaching 10 million families by 2030, with family strengthening programs that create safe and supportive homes. We are investing in safe schools and embedding socio-emotional learning into our national curriculum. We are rolling out the national guidelines on alternative care to ensure that even children without parental care are raised in love, safety, and stability. We are also taking practical steps, launching the Universal Child Grant to reduce household poverty and children's vulnerability, establishing a national child protection database and child well-being index to track our progress and uphold accountability. Our commitment includes establishing a dedicated child protection and development agency to ensure coherent coordination of all issues relating to the Nigerian child. But we are not stopping there. We are strengthening existing institutions and laws and launching national campaigns to promote awareness and drive behavioral change. We are also building institutional frameworks that guarantee children's issues are never again consigned to the periphery of policy making. These issues will now take center stage in interministerial collaboration, in policy innovation, and in budgetary priorities, through dedicated grant mechanisms that support this vision. This is what it means to be a pathfinder. The Global Alliance offers us a platform not merely to speak, but to act, to lead, and to inspire. We are confident that when future generations look back at this moment, they will see that we, the leaders of today, rose to the occasion. That we responded with courage, with compassion, and with a fierce belief in the right of every child to be safe, to be seen, and to be heard. They will remember that this was the moment we answered the call to end violence against children in our lifetime. As Goethe, the famous German philosopher, once said, "Let every man sweep the front of his own door, and the whole world will be clean." I want to celebrate one lady here. She's from Goza, in the deep oil of southern Borno, at the gateway to the Boko Haram. Her name is Senator Dr. Asebe Bilita Bashir. She built a school. She built a school, equipped the school to global standard, and admitted children victims of Boko Haram insurgency for free in her hometown. She's one of our unsung heroes. She did that for the sake of God and humanity, not for applause. And I'm deliberately embarrassing her so that others can copy. On this note, while expressing the gratitude of the nation, the gratitude of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to the persons and institutions who fight daily for the protection of our children, it's my singular honor and privilege to cherish forever. Two, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR launched the National Action Plan on ending violence against children in Nigeria. To our guests from Africa, welcome home. Feel at home, be at home, and come back home. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Mr. President, sir, you will be joined by Nigeria's minister and the special representative of the UN and to launch and unveil the book. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much for forgiving us, for forgiving my co-compare. He has apologized. Thank you, sir. I think we need Nigerian children in this court. Okay, the Speaker of the Nigeria Children's Parliament is here. Thank you. UNICEF is here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, we will. Yes. Thank you. Immediately after the unveiling, you shall just move to the center for a group photograph which will come in batches. Thank you very much.
It's my singular honor and privilege on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR to unveil this National Action Plan on Protection Against Child Violence. Let the President of the Parliament hold one in so that our ladies, so that we can collectively.
A beautiful unveiling there. A round of applause, please. We shall turn it around for our photo opportunities. I like the way he's distributing the policy. Thank you. Okay, please proudly. Thank you. With your kind permission, Your Excellency, if that is over, shall we move over to the... Thank you very much. Thank you. Flanked by the minister to one side, the UN representative to the other, please. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. The hero of Borno State, the heroine in the story of change is also here. The hero and the heroine. Beautiful. Thank you. We shall now take a special one with the minister, the representative, the special representative of the UN Secretary General, and UNICEF in one frame. Thank you, every other person. Please, shall we return to our seats as we take those photos in batches? Please, the former Minister of Children from Iceland, please join us in this photo session. Thank you very much. Thank you. His name is Mr. Dadason. If he were in Nigeria, we'll call him Dadason. But he has no Dada, so it's okay. Thank you. All other ministers from other African countries and the ambassador to please join the photo. The ministers, please. And heads of delegations, please. Thank you very much. Thank you for the change you are causing on the continent of Africa. Nigerian children, be on standby because the adults will go down right after and he'll have the photo with the Nigerian children. So that they can remember that on a day that was their day, they were included. Thank you very much, adults of Africa. Please, you may leave the president as the Nigerian children join him to take their photo. Thank you, adults of Africa and the world. Thank you. Nigerian children, please shall we have them on board? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, you can go, ma'am. Thank you. Nigerian children, please join the photo frame. It is the day for the children. We show them protection and a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people for you, them, and me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If we care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. There's a place that is brighter than tomorrow. There are people dying. If we can, are we okay? Please, could we move the short ones to the front? Make a little space for you and for me. The one with the national fabric should take a center stage. Thank you. For you and for me and the enter. Are we good? We're fine. All right. Thank you. Bring it down. Thank you. Maintain the stage there as we now take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria with the voices of Nigerian children in the mix. Technical, let's go. We're having the full 3 stanzas and we're delighted to enjoy it.
Oh
you stand as the Vice President representing the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria departs. Shall we all maintain our standing position? Thank you, the Vice President. Please give our love to Mr. President. Tell him we are happy that children are part of the Renewed Hope agenda and that it's all inclusive, covering men, women, and children. Please tell him that the children say they want their parents to have a public holiday on Children's Day so that they could have their parents with them at home to tell them and share with them the Nigeria of their dreams. Thank you, sir. Thank you, our daddy. Children say thank you, daddy.
Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you, our father.
Thank you, our Father.
We appreciate you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. We will now, special thanks to the children, the Nigeria Children's Parliament, the Africa Children's Summit, and the Eagles Music Academy. Please, a round of applause for them. Children, make some noise. Thank you as you depart. Thank you, thank you. I think we are going on a tea, coffee break, and so that children can eat, because today is Children's Day. And thereafter, we will reconvene for the real meaty, gritty issues of the day. Thank you.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why.
Please, all heads of delegation of the 14 African countries, please come to the front. All heads of delegations, I need you here. I need you in front. Please, could you bring down the music for me? All heads of delegation, Pathfinding Global Alliance member nations, please come to the front. Thank you.
LMS. Come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings, the beatings.
Can we settle down? We're about to start the next session. Let's settle down, please. Let's settle down, please. Let's settle down. It's not the end of the program. We still have 2 sessions to go. The children's session, we're getting ready for that. Thereafter, we'll have the last session, which is for looking at the regional mechanisms and monitoring countries' activities in relation to ending violence against children. Let's settle down so that we can start. We are already behind schedule. Can all those who are involved with the children's session please get ready so that we'll not have some downtime. The next session is about engagement with children, and it's going to be a discussion session. I know that Victor, Emmanuel, Juliet, you've worked with the children round the clock. And it's going to be an interactive discussion looking at how to strengthen the engagement of children. And for this, we'll have a representation from the Nigerian Children's Parliament. We also have the children who will present an outcome of the African Children's Summit, the national level pre-summit. There will also be questions and answers. So can I invite the children who are going to be part of this Progress Friday Umo, the Speaker of the Nigerian Children's Parliament? Can they come forward, please, so that we'll proceed with the other events of the day? Our Royal Father is still with us, the Etsu of Kwali, His Royal Highness Luka Ayedo Nizasan III. He was with us all through yesterday. He's also with us here today. Let's have the children, please. Let's welcome back the honorable ministers who have just finished the press conference. It's important that whatever we are doing here today is beamed across the globe, not just Africa, but the entire globe, so that they know the efforts that the ministers of pathfinding countries are putting in place to ensure the protection of children from violence. Now that the ministers are back in the house, we'll ask the children to please come forward to commence the discussion for the children's session.
Moderator. Miss Progress, making progress for Nigerian children and African children. Thank you very much. You will now invite your panelists, and then you should. I trust you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Technical, please, could we have this microphone work? Please. Thank you very much. It was working before, but now it's no longer working. Technical, please, shall we have this work? Thank you.
His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ably represented by the Vice President, Kashim Shettima. The First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, ably represented by the wife of the Deputy Senate President, Mrs. Leila. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Good day, distinguished guests, honorable ministers, representatives of the United Nations, fellow young advocates, and every beautiful soul in this room. My name is Right Honorable Progress Friday Umo, proudly a Nigerian, and I serve as the Speaker of the Nigerian Children's Parliament, representing the unique children of Nigeria. Please permit me to call on my co-moderator to introduce himself.
Good day, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Zonko. I'm 15 years old, and I'm proud to be co-moderating this session with Right Honorable Progress Umo. Big thank you to the organizers of this event for allowing all of this to be possible, because I believe that every child deserves to feel safe, heard, and understood. Now that I've introduced myself, I'll be giving the mic back to my Right Honorable to continue the session.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Now, before we go further, I want to ask, has any visitor here been to Nigeria before? Anyone, just raise your hand. Okay. Well, that's great. For those who have not been to Nigeria before, it is pertinent to note that Nigeria is a country of over 200 million people, more than 250 ethnic groups, 500 languages. That is a lot. We are loud, we are vibrant, we are resilient, we are strong, energetic, we are full of stories. One that dances through the streets of Lagos and whispers through the rivers of Calabar. To warm us up, I'll call on 5 brave souls to please introduce yourself, tell us your name, and one word to describe how you feel today. It could be energetic, it could be angry, or sleepy, or hungry, anything at all. Yes, your name and one word to describe how you feel today.
Okay, my name is Ave Gava. I am excited to be here.
Great, we are all excited to be here. And to our... Okay, moving on to the next person. How you feel today? Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, to describe how you feel today.
My name is Victoria.
Thank you very much. Your name and one word to describe how you feel.
My name is Hadiza Gamal Zubairu, and it's an honor to be here today.
Thank you. One more person to go. And who will that be?
My name is Ngozi Kore. I'm a human rights defender and expert. I will say children.
Thank you very, very much. That was great. Now, let us greet in the spirit of Africa. In my mother tongue, Ibibio, we say Abadie, which means how are you? In the three major languages in Nigeria, in Hausa we say Kike, in Igbo we say Kedu, and in Yoruba we say Bawuni. So, I would like a South African or a king for any visitor here to just greet us in your language. Anyone, please? Ma'am.
I'm representing Sierra Leone here, and in Sierra Leone we say Ekushe. Yes. Yes, Ekushe, or we say Kushe, or you say Kabo. Yes, or you say how you they do. Yes, I did that on purpose because we share similar languages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was interesting. Now, before I invite the amazing children, the amazing leaders, young advocates that will be speaking to us today, I would like to take a moment to ground us up on why we're here. Violence against children is one of the most urgent crises of our time. From homes to schools, online spaces to communities, too many children are hurt in places where they should feel safest. Over 1 billion children globally experience some form of violence each year. That is not just a statistic, that is a call to action. As the Speaker of the Nigerian Children's Parliament, I have witnessed and experienced firsthand what happens when children are given the space to speak and the platform to lead. We've held national sittings, submitted resolutions to the federal government of Nigeria, engaged with leaders to demand for stronger protections for every child. I've shared stories and solutions on global platforms, from being interviewed for the CSW program in New York, where I shared insights on the violence against the girl child, to tackling harmful traditional practices through capacity building efforts right here at home. And last year, Nigerian children proudly made inputs into the commitment that was sent to Bogota, Colombia during the first Ministerial Global Conference on Ending Violence Against Children. Because our ideas, our experiences, and our solutions matter, not just in theory, but in policy. So there is a need to recommit to the commitments that were sent to Bogota, Colombia. Child participation should not be an expense. It should not be seen as an expense, but rather as an investment, one that builds stronger systems and smarter futures. And as you listen to these young, brave advocates of change, I urge you, do not just hear them, act for them. Thank you for listening. Now, I would love to call on the children, the incredible, amazing children that will be speaking to us today. Please come on stage. Please clap louder. It's not easy at all. Honorable Minister for the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, with your permission, I would love to continue with this session. Thank you very much. Now, good day, everyone. So, what you would do now is you will introduce yourself. You tell us your name, you tell us your age, and one word to describe how you feel today.
Good day, everyone. My name is Aderemi Bolahon. I'm 15 years old, and I'm really excited to be here today.
Good day, everyone. My name is Goodness Ikpama. I'm 14 years old, and I'm really delighted to be here.
Good day, everyone. My name is Basi Esther. I'm 17 years old, and I feel honored to be here.
Good day, everyone. My name is Praise Additional, and I'm very grateful to be here.
Thank you. Wonderful introduction. So now, let's dig deeper. Let's dig deeper into your minds, into your experiences, and into your truth. So, I'll be asking each of you a few short questions. Firstly, what do you understand by participation? What does participation mean to you? Esther?
So, to me, participation means involvement, means engagement, the sense of belonging, empowerment, and collective progress.
Thank you very much, Honorable Esther.
Next question. In your words, how do you understand violence against children? In my own words, violence against children means any action that is taken against a child that could cause physical, emotional, or psychological harm. To me, violence against children is not only action, but failure to act. It could be neglect by caregivers or guardians, failure to listen to children when they speak up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Aderemi Bolahon. Understanding what violence is and what type of violence is happening to kids is key to understand what we can do against it.
Next question. Can you share a powerful or memorable moment from your advocacy journey on ending violence against children?
Okay, so I remember one very memorable moment, and that was during the Guide initiative in 2024. I was very honored to be there, and I met with very like-minded, idea-filled kids, which made me to understand that we don't need to wait for tomorrow before we can become leaders, because we can lead today. Yes.
That's great. We are leaders of today, not tomorrow.
Next question. How can we as children be more involved in decisions that affect us?
Okay, thank you for that question, Emmanuel. We as children can use the internet as a medium for raising awareness as well as being inspiration to other children, especially those in rural areas.
Yes, thank you, Goodness. Because knowing that the internet is a main way of distributing information about problems like this is key.
Next question. What has worked well in your past experience as a child advocate?
Thank you for that interesting question. From my past participation experience, one thing that has worked very well is creating safe spaces for children to feel safe and speak up. Of course, big programs like this matter, but if you want to end this violence against children, we have to start at the lower level. Another thing that has worked very well is involving adults and making them listen to our problems, so they will feel accountable and will lead to action.
That's great. Creating platforms for children to speak, to air their views and their opinions on issues that concerns them.
Next question. What were some challenges you faced as a child advocate?
So challenges faced during my time as a child advocate was we had issue of limited resources
we had lack of awareness. Some people were not really grounded on the issue that we brought forward. We also had resistance to change. People had different opinions rather than the one we had brought up.
Yes, thank you. Because listing all these problems we face is key so that people here can help curb these problems and let it not happen to others.
Last question. What do you want adults or institutions to do better or differently?
Okay, one thing I would love for adults and institutions to do differently is to take responsibility and accountability for protecting children. We don't want words and promises, we want action. They could run awareness campaigns to schools and communities to educate children and adults on violence, how to prevent it, and where to report it. Support centers should be visible and easily accessible, just like how a police station is very visible. The systems in charge of handling these reports should improve their response to reports so that there will be no delay and lack of follow-up. Most importantly, what you want as children is to be involved in the decision making. We don't want adults to speak for us. We want them to listen to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aderemi.
Sorry, so I would like to add to what he said. So, less talk, more action, multi-factor partnerships, more people getting involved in the welfare of children, more NGOs, more government agencies, more child inclusion, participation like this. We want to see more of our peers among us rather than the adults outnumbering us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Esther. More organizations that will be able to enhance child participation. Good. Anybody else?
Yes, I'd first like to commend the ministers involved in the Child Rights Act 2003. I feel like for them to, at that point, 2003, for them to even enact that act, they realized that, yes, children also have rights. But I'd love for them to revisit it or revise it, maybe to implement new laws.
Yes, implementation of the Child's Right Law in every state of Nigeria.
Okay, so I think leaders should focus on expanding their campaigns towards the rural sectors because children there are at a disadvantage. They're isolated, they have limited access to help, as well as they're deeply rooted in tradition. So when awareness is spread there, silence is broken, hidden violence is exposed, and children are empowered.
Thank you very much, Goodness. More sensitization campaigns in the grassroots levels, in rural areas. You know, most times these children are not aware of their rights, they are not aware of their responsibilities and their roles in the society. So these type of initiatives would make the world a better place. Thank you all for your inputs. Now, I would love you to know that at the first Ministerial Conference on Ending Violence Against Children, held in Bogota, Nigeria, Colombia, in November 2024, at that historic event, Nigeria pledged to provide comprehensive support services to 2 million children at risk of violence, abuse, and exploitation by 2030, undertake a review and enforcement of the Child's Right Act 2003 and Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, including a ban on corporal punishment in schools by 2028, establish a national child protection and well-being index by 2025 to monitor progress and promote children's rights across all states, commit to the elimination of harmful practices such as child marriage and female genital mutilation through the rollout of costed action plans in 18 states by 2028, and lastly, strengthen community-based child protection structures in 26 states to identify, report, and address cases of violence against children by 2027. Now that is a really, really good commitment. So we look forward to all these things being implemented. So now I would love to open the floor for my co-moderator to take over the next section.
Yes, thank you. Now that we finished the panel interview, let's move on to the panel discussion. So, panelists, are there any questions you'd like to ask each other from what each of you have said? Just 2 or 3 questions.
Yes, I would love to ask Ms. Praise what they did in her Girl Guide advocacy journey.
Okay, so when we went there, it was about the girl child, and we were supposed to talk to them. And can you please repeat the question?
Can you share your experience in the Girl Guide advocacy journey?
Okay. So basically, what that initiative was held about was because of the abuse of girls, trafficking of females, and when we went there and when we were talking, I got enlightened, and that's why I call it my memorable advocacy event, because we're able to talk. I realized that many girls don't even know that what's being done to them is wrong. Many are not enlightened, and many they are confused, and they think that it's what's being done to them is right. So.
Right. Next question. Okay, now that we're done with panelist discussions, we open the floor for the audience. Children in the audience. Children in the audience, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask our panelists from whatever they've said? Yes, your name and the question you'd like to ask.
Okay, my name is Joshua Jonaleva. I am 12 years old, and I want to ask, how do you all intend on stopping the violence against children?
Panelists, please share your ideas.
So can he repeat the question again?
Okay, I said, how do you all intend on ending the violence against children?
So I guess right now we're already on it. This event is about more sensitization, awareness, and advocacy. So we're going to be talking more to the children, enlightening them about their rights, knowing what is good, what is bad, what they should accommodate, and what they should refuse. It's basically around giving them that enlightenment on what they should know about. That's just it. That's our role. That's what we can do.
I'm Honorable Tena Emmanuel, member of the Children's Parliament. And this question is going directly to the panelist, Goodness. You said adults should be held accountable for all violence actions. But I want to ask you, are you sure that all adults, or it's only the adults that will be held accountable for the violence against children? And this question is going to Honorable Esther. You talked about more people getting involved.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, but then I think you should, one question at a time so that they can understand. I think you should repeat the first question. When she's done answering the question, then the second one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And like I said, Goodness, you talked about adults being held accountable for violence against children. But I want to ask, are you sure that all violence that happen against children, is it the adult that is to be held accountable for all the violence that happens against children?
So actually, it's not all the adults that should be held accountable, because also children as well, they bully their friends, they harass them, so they harm the child. So it's not only the adults that should be held accountable, as well, just their peers and the offenders, the people that cause the harm. They should be held accountable for whatever they do to the child.
Thank you for making it more clear. And this is for Honorable Esther. You said more people getting involved. Ending violence against children is something that we want to eradicate more fastly than ever. But is it more people getting involved or more people solving or ending the violence against children? Because these are two things that a line comes across between them. So which one are you trying to expatiate, if I may ask?
So if you listened well enough, I said more people getting involved in matters involving children.
So is it more people getting involved in matters against children or more, like you are not understanding my point. What I'm trying to make clear is that the idea isn't about more people getting involved or more people supporting to solve and end the violence.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing. It's two different things, if you understand what I'm saying clearly.
I don't get your point. Is there anybody that understands this question you can answer?
Okay, so I think she said something about matters involving children, that more people should get involved. Okay. Hello. So that's basically what she said. So what is your question?
Okay, let me use an example to make it more clear. For example now, let's say they are constructing a building. Is it more people like making suggestions for the building plans or more people like supporting, or like, how would I put it? Is it more people joining hands to build the building, or is it more people bringing ideas to build the building? Which of them? Are you getting my point?
So if in reference to that example, it should be both of them. More ideas, innovation, creativity, uniqueness, you bring it to the table, and then more people getting involved to make those ideas, execute those ideas. Do you understand?
That was a wonderful response. Anybody else? I see hands.
So what I received from your panel discussions were all about what you do for the future by 2027. So could you tell us some things that we could start as of date going forward, something that we could do, even like children can do, starting to date? Thank you.
I think the first thing we can start to do as children is to create awareness, like we've stated earlier. When we go around and educate people on the dangers of violence against children, we educate them on how to prevent it, what violence is exactly. I think we'll be able to stop the problem even starting now without having to wait for the future. So by awareness, we can start solving the problem right now and as of today. Thank you.
Please, we will take one more question and close that part.
Okay, now about this violence against children. What if a child is being molested and runs to an adult or a parent and is trying to tell them, and then you don't even listen to them, and then at the end you now realize that what would you?
Please, can you repeat the question?
Like, if a child is being molested and runs to an adult and is trying to tell the adult, and the adult doesn't even listen to him or her, how do you expect the child to feel, or how will you try to solve the problem?
So your question is, how would we as advocates try to solve that problem? So first of all, I think putting in place helplines that these children can reach out hotlines, helplines that these children can reach out to. Just the way we know that 911 is for emergencies, we can create a number, a unique code that children can report these cases to. Sometimes the parents that are supposed to be the safe space are the ones actually causing this violence against these children. Sometimes it's the caregivers, the guardians. So the children cannot confide in them. So these helplines may involve therapists, may involve physiologists, psychologists that will be able to talk to the children. Since now we are in a virtual world, we can do it online, voice call, just something creative. It's just an idea on how we can solve that problem. Have I answered your question?
Thank you. That was wonderful, that was amazing, and I know we've all learned something. That will be all for that section. And now, it is time for the question that goes to the ministers directly. First and foremost, we are going to start with our very own mother, the game changer and Amazon. Please put your hands together. The minister, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim. It's not easy to take up that position. Thank you so much, ma'am. Your question is, with the rise of online platforms, what measures are in place to safeguard children from cyberbullying and online exploitation?
Right, Honorable. First of all, I would like to commend all of you for a job well done. I'm sure everybody in this room is so proud of you. All of you. From the music performance to this powerful session, it's an eye-opener that we have to make you a part of the conversation. As regards to cybercrime, it's a global pandemic. And as you may be aware, we do have a Cybercrime Act. So we have a legal instrument. All we have to do is to ensure that there's a component that protects our children online. So that's work in progress. As you're aware, we are reviewing the Child Right Act, which is over 23 years, and also the National Child Policy. So that would be able to protect children online and offline, in classrooms, in the safe environments, everywhere in the community. So that is a matter that we're looking into. Well done once again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So we look forward to the organization that is accountable and that will evaluate cyber crimes, cyber exploitation. To the Director, National Child Protection in the Ministry of Women's Promotion, Children and Vulnerable Persons, Guinea. I do not know his name. Guinea. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I think I'll also be. Welcome, sir. Thank you. So, what specific policies has your country implemented to prevent and address violence against children?
Merci pour la question. Je pense que je vais me lever pour être à son niveau. En fait, je suis très ému, heureux de savoir que le gouvernement du Nigeria, à travers Madame la ministre, et puis effectivement faire en sorte que nous puissions avoir la voix des enfants.
saying that the minister is ensuring that we're able to see children and do good for. Just like I said regarding Guinea, we have several forms of violence against children in the families and communities and as well as schools. Sadly, do you know that when they take you from home and send you to school, that's when we think you should be better guided, but sadly it's the other side of it. And it's obvious that violence makes its way all the way to school as well. So we've come up with a code, children code, that talks about how a child can be registered from birth, known by the parent, and how the parents' committee will also talk about and treat about the violence against children. And in case where children become victims of violence, how exactly we can go about resolving this problem. And we talk about female genital mutilation as well. And these are all problems that also affect children, which we've also made a code about this. And this concept, we've also made an arrangement for children to go to some hobby centers where they can learn a lot of things. We've also come up with a corporal board that has become a member board to ensure that violence is brought to an end concerning children. Currently working on the education sector, seeing how teachers can be taught on how to properly educate children to make sure they avoid this violence. And we've also tried to see how teachers can bring about these topics and include them in their curriculum in school. And how they can actually accentuate on how to guide the laws that will protect children, knowing that children are the future of the nation. And we keep emphasizing on how to make parents understand exactly what it is, protection of child. And we insist on the fact that children must be protected. The family, the population also ensures that children are protected. This is not a claim, but this is exactly the reality, and this is what we're doing. For the commitment we took at the international level is that all of this be recognized even at the community levels. We're making sure that we construct centers. So we construct centers for schools to ensure that whenever there are cases, these things can be handled, which is why we've decided to work with justice. Because when we don't give examples, those that keep perpetrating these things, we keep doing this. So we're trying to do everything we can to make sure that these laws are being applied where necessary. And we are doing all this to make sure we reinforce the services, which is regarding the increase of child protection. And we ensure to make sure people responsible for this are becoming more and more generous and ensure that children are going to be accompanied at every stage of their lives. We have about 114 deputies that have been put in place to ensure that all of this are successfully carried out. And we've also seen the parliament, the children parliament, that is also advocating for this, and we're in full support of all of this. Thank you very much. Excuse me.
Thank you very, very much. That was insightful. That was a lot. So, the Guinea government has been able to put in place a children code. Like, they've registered it on ending violence against children. There is also a female genital mutilation code, and they've also put in place a kind of setup for children to learn skills, to be acquainted with one or two things to do, like vocational skills. And also, there is a board to end violence against children. He also said that teachers will be taught or will be enlightened on ending violence against children, and that it will be included in the curriculum. He mentioned that parents must understand protection of their children. So there will be enlightenment campaigns on that. And also, he said that children must be protected. He said that all this that he has said is not a claim, but a reality, and that is what they are doing. So the Guinea government is working. That means children, there is hope for the children of Africa. He said that there will be construction centers, there will be centers for schools where these cases of violence will be reported and things will be done. So moving on to the next question, to the Deputy Director, Child Services, Kenya. Good day, sir.
Okay, thanks.
What does your government do to ensure that children's voices are included in the development and evaluation of child protection policies?
That's a good question. I need to start. In our country, we make sure that anything concerning children, we involve children. First instance, from 2014, we created the Kenya Children Assembly, which whereby it starts from the sub-county level to the county level to the national level. So which means we have a national Kenya Children Assembly, which has a president, cabinet, and has a parliament. Even during the elections, it is not us selecting the leaders, it is the children who elect their own leaders, and the people who take charge of the election is the Independent Electoral Commission Board. The one which is for the national election is the one which does it. Any document we develop, like now the Children Act 2022, we got the views from all the 47 counties. We made sure when the draft was ready, children were brought together in one gathering and they gave their views. And that meeting was chaired by the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. And whatever we do, we say you cannot talk about us without us. So any issue concerning children, we make sure children, they have to give their views. So there's no document we do without involving them. Like now we are working on the child protection policy. When it will be ready, we will get the views of the children and we make sure they are informed.
Thank you very much. So that means child participation and inclusivity in the decisions that concerns them is a sure thing in your country. For our last question, which goes to Dr. Najat Malan. Considering your extensive work in child protection, what are the most effective strategies you've observed globally that ensures children's voices are not only heard, but also integrated into national policies to end violence against them?
I will stand up. It will take 1 hour, but I will be short. Huh?
Please,
I know. What is important, you need a strong political will. And it means having a good understanding of what means child participation. It's not an exhibit show. It means informing children in a language they understand. It's listening to them, it's hearing them, it's consulting them, is involving them, but also is restituting to them. And this, we are not doing it very well in many places, just to be very frank. You have some countries who have strong legislation regarding how we involve, all child participation. You have some countries who are supporting, the initiative undertaken by children. And the most important thing is also the freedom of expression, because children can express themselves on matters, and in some countries they are arrested. So I think it's also important to make sure that we are protecting children who are advocating, children who are expressing themselves, and children who are involved. So these are the most important points.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Najat. Inform children, freedom of expression of their rights, their ideas, and everything.
I know you want to close. I am not interfering. Dr. Najat has promised that African children will soon converge on South Africa on the same thing. So I hope that some of your leaders will be there. So you just give us the wrap-up of it, and then we head to the next item because we need to do other things. Now you understand how hard it can be to be an adult.
Thank you very much. We came into this space as voices, and now we live as echoes of each other. What we've shared doesn't stay in this room, it lives in our actions. To every adult in this room, we shouldn't leave here with applause, but with action plans, with conviction, with unity. To every children, your voice is a strong force. Use it, guard it, raise it. Thank you for letting me guide this conversation. I remain Right Honorable Progress Friday Umo, the Speaker of the Nigerian Children's Parliament. And with me,
Emmanuel Zonko.
thank you, thank you, thank you. And we look forward to more events and more child participatory events in the future.
Let me invite the Honorable Minister and Dr. Najat and the ministers to please step forward and have a photo session with the children panel. So you say, less talk, more action. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
Let's talk, more action, end violence against children.
Thank you very much. Now you can now stand as future leaders for the photo so that we have a concise photograph, please, with all due respect. Let's have the photo now. Thank you. Thank you. Shall we have it in 3? Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. Godwin?
Can we put our hands together for the children? That was a wonderful session by the children, for the children. The next session, as you can see, we are way behind, and we need to try and wrap this up as soon as possible. But we'll have a very important session, and I'd like to tell you that that session is a session that looks at the monitoring role of regional mechanisms. As you are aware, we have the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and with that goes the treaty monitoring body, which is the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. We also have the different regional institutions in the sub-regions. We have the ECOWAS, we have SADC, SADG, and we also have the East African Community. There's also the Network of National Human Rights Associations, and to that event, I'll then invite just 4 people to come and give us their take on what their respective institutions are doing in respect to this. I'd like to invite Honorable Ava Gava, who is the Vice Chair and Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Children, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Can we put our hands together for her, please? She was with the Nigerian National Human Rights Commission, and now she's gone to the continental level to keep doing what she knows how to do, which is children.
Thank you very much, Odu. Good afternoon, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and families. I'm sorry, and the Honorables SADG, Honorable Ministers from 9 ministries in the countries here represented, Honorable Heads of Delegations, colleagues, participants, good afternoon and welcome from lunch. I have been introduced, and so I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child and the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Children. So these are my comments. I'm honored to contribute to today's discussion where I have been invited to reflect on the role of the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Sorry. Just gonna have some water, please. Being one of the organs of the African Union as a regional mechanism in supporting efforts to end violence against children. Excuse me, please. So that's 1 minute discounted from my time. The committee is mandated to monitor the implementation of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which has been ratified by 51 out of 55 African Union member states. This year marks the 35th anniversary of the Children's Charter, its adoption, a milestone that reminds us not only of how far we have come, but also points out to us what work remains for us to achieve in order to create an Africa fit for children. It is encouraging that the 15 African countries here who are all part of the Pathfinding Global Alliance on Ending Violence Against Children are all state parties to the African Children's Charter, further context of VAC. That are relevant to the context of VAC and that can support the realization of the pledges made at the Bogota conference. So my presentation will focus on 6 key mechanisms quickly. One is the establishment of the special rapporteurs on thematic areas of children's rights. 2 is the normative guidance and standard setting. 3 is the state party reporting procedure. 4 is the ordinary sessions of the committee. 5, the consideration of communications, and 6, the urgent letters of urgent appeal. And looking at the mechanisms that support accountability on VAC, we look at the establishment of the special rapporteur on the thematic area of VAC. Allow me to begin by highlighting each dedicated to a specific area of children's rights. 2 special rapporteurs play a strong role in addressing violence against children, namely, the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Children, a mandate I am honored to hold. It serves as a focal point for all matters related to VAC on the continent, working collaboratively with member states and stakeholders in order to develop and promote effective strategies to prevent and respond to VAC. 2, to seek and respond to information on VAC, to set standards and support implementation efforts as well as others. And there is also the AU Special Rapporteur on Child Marriage and other harmful practices that carries a similar mandate. We focus on child marriage and related harmful practices. So building on this, the committee also has the mandate to develop broader normative guidance and set standards to ensure member states uphold their obligations under the Charter, and indeed with regard to preventing, responding, and ending all forms of violence against children. So looking at the normative standard setting, with a view to fostering an Africa fit for children, the committee developed the Africa's Agenda Fit for Children, the Agenda 2040 of the African Union. It was adopted by the decision of the AU as an African Union document in 2017. Agenda 2040 emerged as an outcome of the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the African Children's Charter, but also as an elaboration of the broader vision of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Agenda 2040 establishes 10 aspirations to guide the continent over the next 25 years in matters of child protection and child welfare. Aspiration 7 of the agenda is particularly relevant for today's discussion, as it calls for an Africa where no child is exposed to any form of violence, including harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation, and corporal punishment, and where children are free from sexual exploitation, trafficking, abuse, and other manifestations of violence against children. And in addition to this, the committee has also adopted guidelines on ending violence against children. This was adopted in 2023. And the guidelines outline clear steps for adopting legislative measures, developing national action plans and prevention and response strategies, as well as providing guidance on establishing effective institutional frameworks. The guidelines, beyond the legal and policy prescriptions, also call attention to the cultural, religious, and political contexts contributing to violence against children, thereby encouraging more context-sensitive, comprehensive responses. Added to that, the committee has given out joint general comments related to issues of violence against children. Notably, the committee adopted a joint general comment together with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And so it is referred to as the joint general comment of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the African Committee. This general comment is on ending female genital mutilation. Similarly, the committee and the commission had also, in 2018, adopted a general comment on ending child marriage, while the committee also independently has adopted a general comment on Article 27 of the Charter, which deals with sexual exploitation, ending sexual exploitation. And then general comments of the committees on Article 1 stresses state-party obligations. And so it elaborates what the states need to put in place in order to prevent violence against children and to respond to children who are survivors of violence against children, among other things. The primary mechanisms for monitoring the implementation of the Charter is the state-party reporting procedure. This is a very important and core function of the committees. Under the guidelines on state reporting, states are required to provide comprehensive information on their efforts to uphold children's rights, and there is a dedicated cluster on violence against children. States must provide, under this cluster, detailed accounts of both allocated and actual expenditures during the reporting period, focusing especially on funding child protection measures, including the prevention of violence against children. States must also provide in their report disaggregated data on the right to life, survival, and development, on the death of children as a result, and on the death of children as a result of other forms of violence, among others. States must also give or show evidence of infrastructures available to prevent and provide a comprehensive and integrated response to children who are survivors of violence against children. And so notably, special attention is always emphasized that special attention must be given to the protection of vulnerable groups such as children with disabilities, children living with albinism, girls, given the intersectionalities that exacerbate their situation. And so in addition to this, one of the clusters of which state parties are required to report on is special protection mechanisms. And this cluster covers a range of issues, including different forms of violence against children, such as sexual exploitation and abuse, economic exploitation, including child labor, sale trafficking and abduction, harmful practices, and children caught in conflict situations. To date, the committee has considered 42 initial reports, 23 first periodic reports, 6 second periodic reports, and only 1/3 periodic report from the government of Rwanda. Permits me to respectfully bring to the notice of the Honorable Minister here that Nigeria's periodic report fell due as at 2022. The first periodic report having been submitted in 2018 in Addis Ababa, and so it is due or overdue. Ordinary sessions of the committee. Here again, the committee uses this opportunity to engage directly with member states on critical issues. Now, very notably, at its last ordinary session on 7 to 11 April 2025, the committee co-convened a high-level panel discussion to follow up on the first global ministerial conference on ending violence against children. And it featured speakers from the AU member states, from UNICEF and the UNSRSG's office. Member states that were present included Uganda, South Africa, and Eswatini. And they gave concrete measures of steps initiated post-commitment. Okay. The committee also, one of the working matters is the consideration of communications, where the committee has received communications and is currently considering 2 communications that are complex, that are related to violence against children, and this is ongoing. And so, and finally, one of the mechanisms that the committee uses is the letters of urgent appeal, and the committee has written or had written a letter of urgent appeal to the President of Sierra Leone regarding parliamentary debates on FGM, and joint letters of appeal between the Commission and the committee to the President of Gambia in 2023 on issues of the repeal of the FGM ban. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your water, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. Please, for the next speakers, we will strictly enforce time because the day is fast spent and you're coming back here again. So we will take 3 minutes each. And I intend, please, when you see me cough, just know 3 minutes is up. Join me welcome the Minister of Zimbabwe, Honorable Edgar Moyo, speaking on behalf of the Southern Africa Development Community. A round of applause for him, please, for the next 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Program Director. You should have given me 3.5, only just to say I was thrilled this morning to add to my vocabulary 2 words. One, instead of heroes, you have sheroes. Instead of humanity, you have humanity. Thank you for that. On behalf of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADG, I extend our sincere gratitude to the organizers of this important event and to the government of Nigeria for its warm hospitality. This regional meeting for pathfinding countries of Africa provides a valuable platform for Zimbabwe and the broader SADC region to reaffirm our commitment to international and regional best practices in safeguarding children's rights. I commend all member states present and encourage continued collaboration as we share experiences and strategies to end violence against children. Such engagements reinforce our collective responsibility to uphold the rights and welfare of children across Africa. On the SADC situation analysis, ladies and gentlemen, children in our region face complex and multifaceted challenges which can be addressed through our joint efforts. As a collective, SADC is actively identifying mechanisms to address these transboundary issues. On the progress made so far, we have policy provisions on violence against children in the SADC region. Child protection and well-being remains a priority in the SADC agenda. SADC has adopted different policy frameworks that cater for the welfare of children. And some of them are, all SADC member states have ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, that's 2016, Article 11 on the girl and boy child, calls for SADC member states to develop concrete measures to prevent and eliminate violence, strategy for sexual and reproductive health and rights in the SADC region 2019 to 2030, and the minimum package of services for orphans and vulnerable children and youth 2011. I will omit a number of things that SADC is doing to monitor the end of violence against children. Maybe by way of end, as I conclude, I urge all African countries to fully operationalize the provisions of international and regional children's rights treaties. This includes reviewing, amending, and enacting legislation to give tangible effects to these commitments. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Please, a round of applause for him. Up next, for the next 3 minutes, let's welcome from the Economic Community of West African States, Mrs. Basa Ali Tilo. ECOWAS, please, a round of applause for her. I know you have so much to say, but we would take your submissions in paper, so you just summarize it in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Modératrice. Permettez-moi, excellent.
Thank you very much, moderator. Please permit me, Minister, to bring you the greetings from the Commissioner, from the ECOWAS Commission. She received very well this invitation concerning this meeting, and she really wished she could have participated, but she had a last-minute emergency that she needed to attend to. Concerning the subject of which we have gathered here today, in particular violence against children, we need to be aware that the fundamental test of the ECOWAS grants a big place to the human security, which is why child rights is very important and a capital priority to the ECOWAS. Because of that, this commitment had been required from the very first child protection policy that covers from the period of 2008 to 2012. This had been renewed, and it focuses on the 4 fundamental principles, which is what? The follow-up of the development, protection, and participation. This policy had been reviewed, notably concerning the girl child. We talk about the social political crisis, contextual. So these policies had been reviewed. So since 2009, a new policy had been adopted to cover this up till 2030. 2017, there had been a strategic frame to look into the violence done to children. I remember that these two documents had been elaborated with the participation of experts from the different member states and had been validated from the head of the states. Concerning the implementations of these fundamentals, we should take note that the ECOWAS still does its very much best to follow up on this. So we're thinking that it will be twice in a year that we have to meet regarding this, either virtually or physically, to ensure that this has been implemented by the head of states. Well, a cabinet had been incorporated in respect of this to ensure that the reports concerning they give reports on this. It also comprises of knowing that the policy on child protection grants a great importance in the budgetary part. So now we talk about allocation for budget, either from the ministries and other bodies to ensure the protection of child rights. While talking about the strategic level, ECOWAS, we don't have sound, please. Sound.
Je suis désolé.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
It's a round of applause for her. And up next, for the next 3 minutes, join me welcome a representative of the Nigeria National Human Rights Commission on behalf of the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions. Welcome, Mrs. Ngozi Okori. Please, a round of applause for her. 3 minutes. Yes, I know you can do it. You can do it. I mean, you're Usain Bolt. Just concise it. Thank you. A round of applause for her, please. Toby Amuson.
I will try. Okay. Your Excellencies, good afternoon, everybody. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm here to represent NANRI and also the National Human Rights Commission. We know that the National Human Rights Institutions play a crucial role in ending violence against children by advocating for policy reform and enforcement, monitoring and reporting child rights violations, providing support and services to victims, promoting education and awareness, holding government accountable. And for the NANRI also carry out advocacy and reform, capacity building for NHRIS, research and documentation, awareness raising and community engagement, then collaboration with stakeholders. These efforts aim to protect children's rights and prevent violence. Then for the National Human Rights Commission, I will use it as an example for other national human rights institutions at the regional level. We know that our broad mandate is promotion, protection, and enforcement of human rights. And for the commission, what do? One is investigation of complaints on cases of human rights abuses against children. We don't only investigate, we seek appropriate redress on behalf of the victim. Let me just share one example. When we carried the LGBTQ panel, we went to one state, and it's a case of sodomy. The court had already convicted the perpetrator, but awarded there's an option of fine, and she just paid and walked out. And commission said no, we had to write to the State Attorney General to revisit that judgment, and again we say no, we hold the state accountable, and the commission writes that the state should compensate that child, and commission awarded compensation. And you know the decision and award of the commission is equivalent to that of the High Court, so the state had to abide by that because the woman was feeling bad, being stigmatized. So that is this thing. And we refer cases like to NAPTIP and other agencies. And in the commission presently, we have a dedicated department of women and children and the vulnerable groups that takes care of the persons with disability, the older persons, migrants, and all those ones. And again, so the commission has practically rescued, rehabilitated, and socially reintegrated a number of domestic servants with their children, with their parents. We have a toll-free line, which is 26274 for the children. In case you can put it down, you will call. For advocacy and policy reform, we advocate for the adoption and the child rights. It's not all.
Round of applause for her. There is a child safeguarding policy. This document will be submitted to the Secretariat. And there's a children, write it down, 6274. 6274. Thank you very much. A round of applause to her, please. I'm sorry, it's military approach, but you've done well. Let's now move over to the special rep of the UN, who will be compressing two activities on moving ahead together and next steps. Join me welcome Dr. Najat Mjid, the special everything, ma'am. A round of applause to her.
I need this one. This is not working. So I have 5 minutes, and I just want to tell you regarding, during these 2 days, what we are seeing, we had 15 pathfinding countries in Africa. What I am seeing here, you have roadmap, you have national costed action plan, you have many promising practices, you have community engagement. The list is long. So what is important for us, and you present, and you have this interactive debate, as global pathfinding is really how we are going to move forward. And it's how you are going to translate all your commitments in a kind of concrete roadmap, and some of you already did it. And what we are going to do is having bilateral work with you also to see how we can move forward. At the same time, it's also what kind of support is needed, what kind of resources we need to leverage. And this we need more deep actions that it's also based at country level. And for this purpose, as I told you, we have this hub, and this knowledge marketplace to share, because what I am seeing also is all this cross and inter, country sharing practices that is very important to document, to disseminate, and to make you connected. And the other point, what I heard a lot, is costing, investing, having also this benefit assessing, and just to let you know that we have this toolkit and we have economists and we will work together. So to make it short and straight to the point, what is important and what I heard regarding these 2 days is really after each, we will have bilateral meeting. I have also many country visits that are coming where we are going to move this agenda. This is very, very key. Another point is regarding children, and we discuss a lot about also how children, child participation, children are, involved, in all this policy making process and to follow on it. And the other point is what we heard about community engagement. And you have so many similarities, you have so many challenges. And for us, and with the support of Asmundur, who is, here and working on this knowledge sharing, peer learning, expertise, is building these bridges, is building these links. So we didn't end today, we start. just to let you know. And we will continue working very closely with each one of you. And you receive this roadmap is also because you have many big plans. And I think what is important is how you are going to translate it into these concrete services that need to be delivered at local level, engaging all these people, how we can cost it, and how we can move ahead. So to be really sincere with you, I know that all of you are tired, but what I just want to congratulate you regarding, all your commitments, and really give you, I am really happy regarding the launch today of the national, costed national action plan. And we will follow it. See the pathfinding. You are part of it as a tool that will help you to move, to advocate, to share, and to learn, but also to have this kind of interconnecting, between states. I will stop here, and just to let you know, it was amazing, and you will see me at bilateral level, in country visits, but we need really to strengthen what we are doing. And with champions like you, we can make it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. She was amazing. A round of applause to her, please. Let's now join the UNICEF Regional Director, Eastern and Southern Africa, Ms. Elteva Kadili, online. She will address us for 3 minutes. Technical? Connectivity? Okay, so we can push that over. In the meanwhile, we appreciate UNICEF for all their efforts and for all you're doing to make life better for the children of the world. A round of applause for UNICEF. Technical, are we okay? Welcome Nigeria's Ministry of Women Affairs Permanent Secretary, Dr. Miriam Kenshiro, who will be coming in for the closing remarks to end this session officially. And then when we meet again, it will be at the gala night. And then we could have more time to talk and backslap. Please, a round of applause for the Permanent Secretary.
I want to stand on the existing protocols and begin by saying that there is no trust more sacred than the world holds with children.
I have to give you a prestigious throne here because she has connected. Please take your throne. Take your throne here. Please sit here. No, I don't want you going down and coming up, please. We like looking at you. We love looking at you. Just sit here. Please, a round of applause for my Permanent Secretary. Please let the connection go on. So today I learned a word about share renting. They say there's parenting and there's share renting. So when you go and you monitor what your children do online, don't try to enforce, but share rent. Because it would seem screens have become scrapbooks where children pin up things now. Do I have my Permanent Secretary move on? Okay. Okay, could we hear an audio? Is an audio possible? Okay, if it's not possible, our apologies. Please, a round of applause for UNICEF. Africa proposes, UNICEF proposes, connectivity disposes, but we are undeterred and we move forward. My permanent secretary, please have your closing remarks. Thank you.
Maybe if you have allowed me to sit down where I was supposed to be seated, I'll have done something about the technology. That's on the lighter note. So I want to say that there is no trust more sacred than the one the world holds with children. There is no duty more important than ensuring that their rights are respected, their welfare is protected, and their lives are free from fear and want, and that they can grow up in peace. These are the words of late Kofi Annan. I want to say thank you for these 2 amazing days of learning, sharing, learning and unlearning, sharing and networking. It has been a wonderful journey, sharing experiences across the 13 different countries, what they are doing, how they are doing it, and methods they have applied, and it is working. We've had facts, we have had figures, and we have seen where we can latch on and move forward to make sure that violence against children is eliminated. Today has been particularly very insightful. We've learned about what children want. We have heard from voices whom we're discussing about. We've seen what it is to engage and participate in taking decisions that have to do with them. We've also seen the commitment of the federal government of Nigeria at the highest level. We've shown the leadership that Nigeria has taken by hosting this first event. And we know that many more events are coming on for the good of children, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa and globally. I want to say thank you for your active engagement. Thank you for networking. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for everything you have brought on board that is making it and will make it possible for violence to be eliminated against children. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful time in Nigeria. Thank you.
Nagode Sosei, thank you very much.
Okay, she wants me to speak in the how many dialects of Nigeria now?
Just tell them to thank you in the languages you know.
Thank you. Oshe, Eshe, Mieti, Nagode, Dalu, and fill in the rest. Please turn to your neighbor and in your Nigerian dialect, tell him thank you or tell her thank you.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end. The very end of a very good beginning and a good ending to a great beginning. And this is just the way forward, because forward ever, backward never. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Special Representative. Thank you, our ministers from the continent of Africa. Thank you, the Permanent Secretary. Thank you, thank you, thank you, heads of delegation. Thank you, Mr. Dadason, without Dada, of Iceland. Thank you, Nigerian children. The world will be safe for children because we're all in it. Shall we all rise? Do we have something happening? The video has come up. Okay, please, if the video... Thank you very much. We might have said thank you, but you can still tell us what you need to tell us. Thank you. Over to you, Elvira. Okay. I have just told her, dear Miss Etleva Kadili, You have the floor. Please address us for the next 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you so much, MC. I hope you hear me well. Your Excellency Amatum Amoa, African Union Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, Dr. Najat, a Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General on Violence Against Children, Your Excellency Honorable Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim, Minister for Women Affairs, distinguished delegates, partners, colleagues, and young people, thank you so much for your presence and for your leadership. We are just 39 days away from the Day of the African Child, a day that calls on all of us to reflect and to recommit, to ask, what are we doing to ensure that every African girl and boy grows up free from violence with dignity, safety, and hope. Over the past 2 days, we have been seeing that change is possible. Countries are no longer just making promises, but they are really taking actions. UNICEF and the broader UN family have stood shoulder to shoulder with governments throughout this journey, providing technical support, amplifying national leadership, and ensuring that Africans' priorities are heard on the global stage. But let's be honest, the world around us is shifting, aid is contracting, attention is drifting, and child protection risks being deprioritized. This is our call to action. We must move beyond dependency and invest in national systems that are strong, sustainable, and built to protect every girl and boy. We need systems that are governed, financed, and led from within. The path forward is very clear. Engage girls, boys, and survivors meaningfully. Empower regional mechanisms to monitor progress. Anchor child protection in nation development plans and advocate relentlessly for sustainable financing. UNICEF, together with WHO, CIF, and the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, will continue to be your partner and remain in building a continent and continued where protection is right, not a privilege. And so, with just 39 days until the Day of the African Child, let us use this moment to build momentum. Let us signal to governments, partners, and most of all, Africans, girls and boys, that we are moving from commitment to action. By 16th June, let our voices be very clear. Ending violence against girls and boys is not just a promise, it is a priority for all. As you travel back home, we thank you all for your dedication, your partnership, and the critical work you do every single day to create a safer, fairer Africa for every girl and every boy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. Please, shall we all rise? Please, before the national anthem, look your neighbor in the eye and say, neighbor, engage, empower, push for child protection, advocate financing, build on this momentum. Neighbor, we move from commitment to action. From commitment to action. From commitment to action. So help me God. Thank you very much. We shall now take the national anthem in closing. My name is Glory Ohago.
My name is Godwin Odo, and thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience.
And Zambia has invited us to the 11th International Child Helplines Conference, which will be held from the 24th to the 26th of June this year at Livingston Home of the Victoria Fall. So if you accept the invitation, see you in Zambia. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you.
I can dance so that
Initiating rage process.